Welcome to Shifter Rises, a novel in the Wolf Valley Forbidden Hearts series, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. My name is Mia Lee, and I've learned to find humor in irony. Here I am, a deadline wolf, meaning I can't shift, counseling supernatural beings through their identity crises. My Korean grandmother would say that's the universe's idea of a cosmic joke. But she also taught me that strength comes in many forms, and sometimes the best revenge is living well. With a side of kimchi and sarcasm. Take my chosen sisters. Jasmine, who could probably take down a vampire syndicate before her morning coffee, but now pretends she just makes wine. Then there's Beatrice, who looks like she stepped off a magazine cover but would rather spend her days covered in fur and slobber at her supernatural pet school. We're an odd trio, but we work. They never make me feel like less of a wolf, even when I'm tripping over my own feet while they're gracefully prowling around. As a psychologist straddling both human and supernatural communities, I spend my days nodding professionally while my clients share their deepest fears. Trust me, nothing helps you deal with your own issues quite like listening to a 300-year-old vampire having an existential crisis. But lately, when they talk about feeling different, feeling like they don't belong, well, let's just say I don't have to dig deep for empathy. Something's shifting in Wolf Valley. I can feel it in my bones, deadline or not. Detective Bertram Hayes is poking around in corners better left dark, and there's a tension in the air that has nothing to do with the full moon. And me? I'm starting to wonder if everything I thought I knew about being a deadline wolf was wrong. This is Shifter Rises, because sometimes the most powerful transformations are the ones we never see coming. Before we begin this tale of identity, belonging, and unexpected strength, take a moment to join our pack. Like this video and subscribe to our channel, because just like the bonds between sisters, friends, and packmates, the Multiverse Collection weaves an intricate web of connected stories. Each book reveals new secrets, new challenges, and new dangers lurking in the shadows of Wolf Valley and beyond. Subscribe now to make sure you don't miss a single supernatural romance in our ever-growing universe. After all, pack stays together. And now this is Shifter Rises. Chapter 1. Croatia. Distant past, Logan took a closer look at the ripe, black-skinned grape in his palm. His fair British skin didn't cope well with harsh sunlight, but something about this small vineyard in Croatia gave him comfort. There was something in the air, and the aura of the place was telling him that he was here for a good reason. He chuckled to himself, amused by the changes in his viewpoint on science in the last few months. He was a doctor, so he believed in science. But when he had opened his mind enough to search for a more natural way to cure cancer, an alternative, there was a noticeable change. His research suggested that the dark-skinned grapes could be used for more than making Zinfandel. He wasn't a wine drinker, and he didn't know the differences between vine varieties. But he knew the valuable properties of fruits and plants and the benefit of using them to make medicines. The owner of the vineyard, a friend of an old friend, had been kind enough to let him stay for a few weeks to do his research, and it had been a fruitful trip. In a few days, he'd be back with his wife in their lakeside house in England. He gently placed the grape into a small plastic bag. As he turned to walk back to the house, he saw movement at the far end of the row of older vines. It was about 50 yards away, in one of the vineyards the owner didn't use for wine because he thought the soil was contaminated, making the vines produce strangely flavored fruits. There was a disturbance among the vines and small shrubs in that area. From where Logan stood, it looked like a large animal had entered the area and was feasting on the bad vines. It was a Sunday, so there would be no workers around the vineyard if he needed help. I should just go inside, Logan thought. Then he heard a female voice crying out, soft and whimpering, and the sounds of the large animal got louder. Logan rushed into a nearby guard shed and grabbed a hunting gun, then ran toward the abandoned corner of the vineyard. The vines and shrubs were larger and taller, up close than they had looked from up on the hill. He pushed tree branches and vines out of his face as he walked. A few steps more, and he stepped into a round, cleared patch reminiscent of a crop circle. At the far end of the circle, a young woman in a bloody white dress pushed herself backward on the ground. In front of her wasn't an animal, but a man who stood 7 feet tall. His back was to Logan. He approached the woman on the ground as she kept moving backward. "Hey!" yelled Logan. The man turned and looked at him. Logan staggered back. Based on the human shape of what stood in front of him, he supposed he could medically refer to it as a man. But the face looked like that of a vampire. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its fangs dropped down and started chomping at his bottom lip. But the sun was still out. This vampire was standing there, unfazed by the sunlight. How was that possible? Logan was a scientist, and he believed that vampires were pure fiction. But this thing in front of him made the last drop of his hardcore belief in science disappear. The vampire looked annoyed at Logan for yelling at him, but didn't seem to see him as a significant threat. It ignored him and turned again to the woman on the ground. "Leave her," said Logan, "or I'll shoot you." Maybe this was someone in costume, and if so, he had some concern about pointing a gun when he had no authority to do so. But if this was truly a vampire, he knew the gun wouldn't work. His gun would be useless. As fast as lightning, the vampire turned around and charged at him. Logan pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the vampire in the chest. It staggered back, looked at the chest wound, which was already healing, and gave him a crooked smile. Then it lunged at him again. He saw it coming like in slow motion. The bullet hadn't killed it, so he was sure it was supernatural. From the speed of its movement, Logan knew if it hit him, none of the bones in his body would remain intact. As he stepped back, his hand brushed against a wooden stake used to stabilize the vines. He grabbed it, and as the vampire leaped at him, he pulled the stick from the ground and held its sharp end out in front of him. It didn't take any force on his part. The momentum of the vampire was what killed it. As the stake pierced its heart, a roar echoed through the air. The vampire melted into a pool of black liquid that was absorbed by the soil. He wondered how many vampires had died here in this way. He scrambled toward the woman. She was barely conscious. "Do you speak English?" She nodded. "My name is Logan Hayes. I'm a medical doctor. I'm going to take you inside and check your injuries. Is that okay?" She nodded again. He gently and very carefully lifted the young woman into his arms. He was afraid he would break her. She was small and light and very frail. She leaned her head into his chest as he carried her inside the house. He lay her on his bed. Her white dress was soaked in blood. He got her some water. When she opened her beautiful light gray eyes, he said, "I can get you to the hospital, but that will take time. I think your injuries are too severe, and you've lost too much blood to make it there. Can I take a look at you first? I'll have to take off your dress." She nodded. Her dress was torn in several places, so it didn't take much time or effort to remove it. He had treated severe injuries before, but what he saw still made his stomach quiver. She wouldn't survive even if he attempted to get her to the hospital. The majority of the wounds were on her back. Blood poured from a deep well at the top of her left shoulder. That seemed to be the most severe cut. He didn't know what had caused it, but he knew he needed to stop the blood loss. He grabbed a clean towel from his cabinet. By the time he returned, the majority of her wounds had healed, but the deep one on her left shoulder continued to bleed. Pushing his astonishment about the healing speed aside, he put pressure on the wound, hoping to staunch the flow of blood. She shifted in the bed and turned onto her side to look at him. He could see she was in a lot of pain. "I can't heal that one myself. I'll need your help." A tear rolled down her face. Then the pain intensified. She turned back away from him, and a white feathered wing speared out from her right shoulder. She cried out. The wing flapped a couple of times, then flopped down to the bed. Then she, too, fell onto the bed like a broken doll. It didn't matter what his normal beliefs in this world were. Logan knew he was looking at an injured angel, and the wound on her left shoulder was the stump of her left wing, a wing that was no longer in place. It had been torn off. He was infuriated. He had never experienced a fury like this. It was so intense that he wished harm to whoever had done this to the young woman. He wiped the tears from her face. "I know it hurts. If you can, collapse your right wing. It will be easier to lie down that way." She did what he asked. He secured the towel in place to stop the blood from flowing out of her left shoulder. "Please tell me how I can fix this. I need holy water from the church." "I can do that. I'll go to the village and get it for you. Do you want me to bring someone from the church to help?" "No, no one can know I'm here." "Okay, that's all I need to know. I want to give you some medicine, something I have to inject with a needle. The medicine will put a human to sleep and help with pain. But will it work on you?" She smiled weakly. "Yes." He injected a dose of anesthesia into her arm. Before drifting off, she smiled at him. "My name is Zapham. Thank you for helping me." "I'm a doctor. It's the least I can do. Now you just stay here and rest. I'll be back as soon as I can." Chapter 2. Cheers to Lucian. Welcome back to Wolf Valley. Jasmine raised her champagne glass, the golden liquid catching the warm light of Vines and Soul's rustic dining room. The others followed suit, their laughter echoing off the exposed wooden beams. It had been too long since joy filled these walls, and she was determined to make tonight count. The restaurant hadn't opened for dinner or even lunch, thanks to the supernatural skirmish that had decimated an entire row of century-old vines. Construction crews were still clearing the debris, and Jasmine couldn't justify having patrons dodging wheelbarrows and scaffolding. But tonight was about celebration. Lucian had finally escaped what he'd dubbed house arrest in Beatrice's spare bedroom after his near-fatal injury. The transformation had done him good, his werewolf genes now fully awakened, lending him an almost magnetic presence. Speaking of magnetic, Jasmine's gaze drifted to where Bertram sat at the far end of the counter, only to find those gray eyes already on her. He smiled, and her heart did that annoying little flip it seemed to reserve just for him. Why does he always look like he stepped straight out of Vogue Men's magazine? The comparison had come from Fiona, her 20-something vineyard apprentice. Jasmine had never been one for fashion magazines, but looking at Bertram now, 6'3" of well-toned grace, dark hair falling just so, and that face that somehow managed to be both angelic and devastating, she had to admit the girl had a point, though his looks weren't even his best quality. The man kissed like a god. Just the thought made her skin tingle. "I can't seem to find Wolf Valley on any map," Bertram mused, breaking into her thoughts. "You're not supposed to." Jasmine's lips curved. "It's what we call the supernatural community's territory here. More of a state of mind than a geographical location. It has a nice ring to it." He nodded, thoughtful. She chuckled. "It's nice when it's peaceful." "You're throwing a party. Isn't this peaceful enough?" His eyes sparkled with that mix of charm and curiosity that made him such a dangerous distraction. "Yes," she said softly, absently running her thumb across the back of his hand. "And I hope it stays this way forever." "Law enforcement here." He placed his other hand over hers, warm and reassuring. "I'll make sure the community is safe and peaceful, whether it's Wolf Valley or Gisborne." He leaned in, either to kiss her or to whisper something in her ear. No matter what his purpose, her heart skipped a beat. Whether a kiss or a whisper, she would welcome it. She loved the feeling of him close to her. A sharp pain jabbed at her mind, making her wince. Her ability to read people's emotions occasionally came at very inconvenient times, but this pain had come from Bertram. He gasped lightly a second before she felt the twinge, and the glass he was holding slipped out of his hand and dropped to the floor. Everyone turned and looked at him. Bertram smiled. "She's distracting," he said, and pointed at Jasmine. Lucian laughed. "Come on. There are 12 cabins here you could use if you can't make it to Jasmine's place." Nathan and Fiona, the vineyard's 2 apprentices, chimed in with laughter and jokes. Beatrice was about to add to the conversation when Max, a husky puppy, did something to make Lucienne yelp. The puppy and the newly turned werewolf didn't always get along, and Jasmine could see they were competing for Beatrice's attention. "Well, he's taken up permanent residence at the Merlot cabin. You'll never have to worry about a shortage of accommodations at my resort, Lucian," Jasmine said, smiling at him and then signaling Bertram to meet her outside. They stood on the patio that opened to the back garden. The garden lighting wasn't great, but it was enough for her to see the pain still lingering in his eyes. "Sax's mark is causing you some discomfort, isn't it?" He pulled up the sleeve of his shirt. On the inside of his right forearm, where the spirit they had been fighting with earlier had put a round mark, a dark purple bruise the size of a grapefruit was forming. "It actually looks worse than it feels." He examined the bruise. "You think she injected me with something?" Jasmine shook her head. "No, those spirits wouldn't do anything like that. They're from a different plane, and their mark shouldn't cause you any pain, let alone induce a reaction like this in your body." She rubbed her thumb gently over the purple bruise. It wasn't swollen, which was somewhat of a relief. Bertram lifted her chin up. "If there's a problem, we'll fix it. Frowning will only give you wrinkles. No woman wants that." "I don't make a living from my appearance, so I'm not too worried. Regardless, you're beautiful." He leaned down to kiss her. With a gentle nudge, he guided her into the small garden shed nearby. The scent of freshly cut grass and blooming flowers filled the air, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. He turned to her, his eyes twinkling with mischief and desire. "I feel fine, and I'm going to prove that to you," he whispered, his breath hot against her cheek. She leaned into him, her heart pounding with anticipation. His hands roamed over her body, exploring every inch of her with a tenderness that made her melt. He gently lifted her up, pressing her against the rough wooden wall of the shed. She wrapped her legs around his waist, gasping as he entered her. He moved slowly, savoring every moment of their connection. Each thrust sent waves of pleasure coursing through her body, leaving her breathless and wanting more. She could feel his love and care in every touch, every kiss. He whispered sweet nothings in her ear, telling her how much he treasured her. The sex was a celebration of their love and desire for each other. She could feel herself getting closer and closer to the edge, her body trembling with pleasure. With one final thrust, she cried out his name, her body shaking with the force of her orgasm. He followed closely behind, his own release filling her with warmth and satisfaction. As they caught their breath, he held her close, their hearts beating in sync. Then they heard a low growl and looked back at the restaurant through the shed door they had left ajar. Max was sitting outside in the backyard, sulking. Bertram chuckled. He straightened her clothes and led her out of the garden shed, heading back to the restaurant. "I guess you lost your fight for Beatrice's attention to Lucian." Jasmine smiled at Max as they approached him. "Here you are," said Mia as she came out from the restaurant and picked up Max. She looked at Jasmine and Bertram. Jasmine knew she hadn't come out for Max. Mia missed nothing. She had the mind of an academic, not in the sense of being boring, but in the methodical way she looked at everything. She must have noticed Bertram's reaction to the pain and seen the two of them heading to the back. Mia smiled. "I thought you guys were in the Merlot cabin." "That's Act 2, Bertram said as his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. "It's Glenn." "You're on leave, and these aren't exactly working hours," Jasmine said. Bertram winked at her. "Professional hazard of doctors and police." Then he stepped aside to a quiet corner to take the call. As they stood alone, Mia asked, "What happened before in there?" Saxa marked Bertram's arm after he made a promise with Grace. "I'm sure the promise wasn't valid under those circumstances." Jasmine shook her head. "That's not what I'm worried about." "Then what?" "A spirit like Saxa from a different plane can mark a human, then take that person when the deal is executed. But it shouldn't cause any kind of reaction or pain. People shouldn't even know it happened." "Like being taken by death?" "Something like that. But it's causing Bertram pain, and there's a gigantic bruise on his arm where the mark was." "What does that mean?" "I'm not 100% sure. but I'm guessing it's some kind of defensive reaction. Creatures in the same plane aren't supposed to attack or cause harm to each other for no reason, or when they don't have the authority to do so. Mia frowned. So, it's kind of like humans are allowed to eat meat from animals, but if they eat another human, it's considered cannibalism. And that's wrong? Mia, do you think you could come up with an easier-to-swallow analogy? Like what? Like vampires don't suck blood from other vampires. Right, and zombies don't eat other zombies. Jasmine rolled her eyes. Okay, enough of the yuck factor. The point is that I suspect Bertram has something in him that's reacting to Saxa's mark, or maybe it's defending him against it. Isn't that a good thing, Jasmine? I mean, you're a witch, so if he has something supernatural in him, wouldn't that make you guys more compatible? Depends on what kind of supernatural. Come on, since when do you see the cup as half empty? Oh no, Jasmine said when she saw Bertram's face as he hung up the phone. He's just lost someone he cared about. She paused. He's about to head back to the city, I'll bet. I'm going with him until I'm absolutely certain that his reaction to Saxa's mark is harmless. Would you mind looking into Bertram's background to see if you can find something that might help? Mia nodded. I'm on it. Bertram approached. I need to go back to the city. There was a homicide 5 doors down from my apartment. You know the person, don't you, Bertram? Jasmine asked. He nodded. He shoved his phone and then his hands into his jacket pockets, trying to hide the fact that the news had affected him more than he cared to show. Yes, I know her. Quite well, actually. Susanna Thomas. I thought she was away on a European cruise, he said. I've got to go. I chased away a spirit that was hanging around outside your apartment. But those spirits don't travel alone. And now someone you know has died on that same floor. There's no way I'm letting you go back there by yourself, said Jasmine. Your gun won't work on the supernaturals, and you know that. He was about to object, but the tone of her voice stopped him. He nodded. Chapter 3. Supernaturals. Truckloads of them. Jasmine sensed it as soon as she stepped out of the elevator on level 26 of Bertram's apartment building. The problem was, she couldn't see them. Neither could she sense what kind of supernaturals they were dealing with. This was very unusual. They had to be from a different plane, a world she didn't know and therefore didn't have an advantage against. She didn't need to look for the number. The door to the apartment where the incident had occurred was open, and the police moved in and out. As Bertram had said earlier, it was 5 doors down from where he lived. She remembered this apartment. She had noticed the dead flowers in front of it when she walked past it the last time she'd been here. The officer at the crime scene recognized Bertram, and he approached. But Bertram's attention was elsewhere, not on the crime scene in front of him. He was looking at his own apartment. She followed the direction of his gaze and saw a woman in her 50s standing in front of his door. When she turned and saw him, she started to come toward him, but Bertram gestured for her to stay where she was. He told the crime scene officer that he'd be back and headed toward the woman in front of his apartment, sliding his hand behind Jasmine's back to prompt her to go with him. Jasmine cooperated without question. She wondered if he even realized what he was doing. Jasmine, this is my mother, Aubrey. Jasmine saw that Bertram had gotten his intense eyes from his mother. But apart from that, they didn't look like they were related. In fact, it would be more believable to say she was Jasmine's mother than Bertram's. Aubrey was earthly. That was the only word Jasmine could come up with to describe her. Her face was compelling, attractive in an unusual way. She was tall, lean, and strong. Jasmine hoped she would look as good in jeans when she reached that age. Aubrey wore a simple shirt, tucked in, no makeup, and her hair was pulled back in a loose braid. She was a commanding presence. It's very nice to meet you, Aubrey. Bertram's mother smiled. It's nice to finally meet you, Jasmine. Finally! The woman didn't respond, just smiled at her. What are you doing here, Mom? I need to talk to you. Now isn't a good time. They called me in for a crime scene over there. Bertram pointed toward the other apartment. I'll wait. Bertram opened the door to his apartment. There's not much in the fridge, but please make yourself comfortable. I'll be back as soon as I can. "I'll stay here with Aubrey," Jasmine said. "Great, thank you so much." He brushed her arm lightly with his fingertips and kissed her cheek. Then he rushed toward his neighbor's apartment. Aubrey walked straight into the living room and sat down on the sofa. Jasmine could tell she knew this place, although she perhaps didn't visit often, or at least not recently. She went to the kitchen. "Would you like something to drink?" she asked. Aubrey smiled. "What can you make out of water and orange juice?" Jasmine opened the fridge. She was right. That was all there was. Aubrey nodded. "I could use something stronger if that's what you're thinking." Jasmine smiled and grabbed the orange juice. Then she went to the minibar at the corner of the kitchen counter. Bertram liked to drink fancy cocktails, and his bar reflected that. He had an arsenal of cocktail-making gear and ingredients. Jasmine decided to make her famous lemon rum cocktail, replacing the lemon with orange juice. She had learned that trick on an Oriental food tour she took ages ago. She brought the glasses over. "Thanks." Aubrey leaned back on the sofa and tried a sip. She approves, Jasmine thought. She had never had an objection to the recipe, so she wasn't surprised. "What did you mean by finally meeting me?" Aubrey smiled. "I'm glad you didn't let that slide. What I meant was that you and Bertram both deserve good life partners. You're made for each other." Jasmine couldn't help it. She peeked into Aubrey's mind, hoping to get some kind of emotional hint. She saw a blank wall. There were some creatures and talented humans who could shield themselves from her emotional spying, but she had never seen anything like this before. "We've just started a relationship. Isn't it too early to tell?" Aubrey smiled. "Time is irrelevant. When you meet the right person, you just know." It was Jasmine's turn to lean back in her chair. She finished her drink and looked back at Aubrey. "You're not speaking from life experience, Aubrey." "You don't think I have enough life experience to tell you this?" "No, I mean you saw something an ordinary person couldn't see. You saw something between Bertram and me that caused you to draw that conclusion." Aubrey's eyes twinkled. Exactly what happened when Bertram smiled. But Jasmine was sure it happened to Aubrey when she was intrigued. "You've got some talent." Jasmine nodded. "If what you saw is accurate, that Bertram and I have emotional synergy, or what's commonly referred to as being soulmates, then you'll know this sooner or later. My parents were witches. I was born a witch. I'm not flying around on a broomstick or anything, but I know some magic, and I can read people's emotions." Aubrey finished up her drink. "I might need something a bit stronger than this." Jasmine stood up to make her another drink. "That's okay, Jasmine. Please sit down." Aubrey looked at Jasmine, and her eyes were so intense, Jasmine thought they might pierce a hole through her body. "I wasn't born with any supernatural abilities, but I started to see a halo around people with emotional energy. Those couples that are meant to be together. That's what I saw with you and Bertram. I didn't see it with Bertram and Grace." "When did your ability start? Does Bertram know about it?" "It started when I was pregnant with him. You're the first person I've told about it, because I saw what you have with Bertram." Jasmine suddenly felt upon a wave of pain and sorrow coming from the woman. When Aubrey opened up to her, whatever had blocked Jasmine from seeing Aubrey's emotions was gone. Regardless of the magnitude of the emotion that Jasmine felt, Aubrey's face revealed nothing. "Can you see your own energy?" Aubrey shook her head. "I prefer to think that I just can't see it, rather than think that I can't see it, because it's not there at all." That's what the pain was about, Jasmine thought. She changed the direction of the conversation. "Bertram is susceptible to the supernaturals. If it didn't come from you, and you've never talked about the supernaturals with him, could it have come from his father?" "Logan? No. He was a surgeon, a hardcore scientist. There wasn't a spooky bone in him. Logan did say he wanted to tell Bertram something important when he turned 21, but he didn't have the chance. He died that day in his sleep, just after midnight," Aubrey said. "What do you mean when you say Bertram is susceptible to the supernaturals?" "Bertram can sometimes sense supernatural energy. Not always, but sometimes. The first time I came to this apartment, I saw supernatural creatures hanging around. Aubrey glanced around the room. How about now? Nothing now, but... She jumped to her feet as a chill ran up her spine. Of course there are none here now. Bertram isn't here. She rushed out of the apartment. She didn't need to look. She knew Aubrey was right behind her. They raced down the corridor toward the other apartment. At the far end of the hallway, Jasmine saw shadows, a flock of spirits like the one she had chased off before. But these looked a lot more vicious. They hovered in the air just outside the window. They wouldn't come in, not yet. They were still cautious around humans. This world wasn't their territory, and if they ran into trouble, they wouldn't have more of their kind here to support them. But it was only a matter of time before they would attack to get what they wanted. And what they wanted now was not her. They glared at Bertram, who was stepping out of the other apartment. They looked at him as a starving creature would at a delicious dinner. The crime scene officer trailed right behind Bertram. That'll be all for tonight. I'll stop by the morgue tomorrow to look at the 2 bodies. I'd like the report done by noon, Bertram said. Yes, Detective. Will you be staying here, just in case? No, Jasmine said, joining Aubrey in chorus. Bertram and the officer looked at them. I mean, I have accommodations at the resort arranged for him, Jasmine said, and locked eyes with the spirits. They chose to hide from humans, so there was no point in telling the 2 men what was going on. We need to go, right now, Bertram, she said. I need to talk to you. At the resort. Are you going out of town, sir? The officer asked. I'm actually on leave at the moment, but I've agreed to help with this case. I'm staying in Gisborne, so not exactly out of town. The officer nodded. I'll be in touch tomorrow, Detective Hayes. Then he went back inside the apartment. Bertram gestured Jasmine and Aubrey toward the elevator bank, then led the way. As they walked toward the elevator, Jasmine stepped forward in front of Bertram. She knew he didn't like her in front of him, a dilemma for professional people in the serve and protect line of work. But he knew his limitations when it came to the supernaturals, so he stepped back to let her do her work. She cast a spell and pulled a bead from her bracelet. It wasn't just any bead. It contained a potent protective spell. She flicked it with her fingers. It smashed against the wall and blasted out a stream of blue smoke. Before Aubrey could utter a word, the elevator doors opened, and Bertram hurled them both inside. If this was Aubrey's first time witnessing magic, she was much too calm for Jasmine's liking. 5 minutes later, they were all in Bertram's car, driving back to Gisborne. I can walk faster than you drive, Bertram, Jasmine muttered from the passenger seat. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that the spirits followed right behind them. They needed to get to the vineyard. Her magic worked a lot better there, and she would be in familiar territory. I can't see them, Jasmine. If you'd give us more details about what we're running from, it would help, Bertram said. How about a group of starving for fresh soul spirits, spirits that will consume your soul slowly, so they can watch your humanity leave you before you become one of their trophies? Drive faster, Bertram, Aubrey said from the back seat. Mom, you haven't told me why you needed to speak to me in person. Have you given me any time tonight? Look out! Jasmine shouted. Bertram slammed on the brakes and the car fishtailed. Chapter 4. The car skidded to a halt as the group of vicious spirits hovered in front of them. The dark highway had hardly any traffic. The spirits made themselves visible to Bertram and Aubrey. They hovered just above the surface of the road, semi-transparent in a light, grayish-purple shade. They looked almost like genies from children's picture books, but Jasmine knew this was no fairy tale. She stepped forward. But now that Bertram had seen the creatures, he wasn't going to allow her to stand in front of him anymore. He moved up to stand beside her. Jasmine held another bead in her hand, but she wasn't sure how she was going to protect Bertram and Aubrey. Even if she had her full SLE gear, she'd have sharp blades and fighting skills, but they wouldn't be backed by the supernatural power of the SLE force. Her witch power wasn't going to be enough to deal with creatures from another plane. "What do you want?" she asked. The most hideous spirit in the group moved forward, hovering. It pointed a frail, lanky finger at them. We want the potion." "What potion?" Jasmine asked. "He has it. Give it to us and we'll let you all go." Bertram pulled out from his jacket pocket what looked like an expensive bottle of perfume. "Is this what you mean?" "Yes." "Susanna asked me to pass this on to her family. It isn't yours. I can't let you have it." "Give it to me." The creature's tongue slithered out, and it drooled when it saw the bottle. "You can't fight them, Bertram. Let them have it. For now," Jasmine said, but she knew he wouldn't. She tugged lightly at his elbow and looked into his eyes, trying to communicate to him that she'd find a way to get it back. They weren't prepared for this right now, and it was unwise to fight. He looked into her eyes. Then he nodded. "All right, you can have it." He put it on the ground and stepped back. Bertram's right hand was on his belt. He was ready to assume a fight stance at a second's notice. There was a small knife tucked in his boot, and Jasmine knew he would try to use it. He had no intention of giving in to the creatures. He would try to get the one that looked like the leader. This is a really bad idea, Jasmine thought. He wouldn't be able to grab the creature. It didn't work that way. "You have to release it," the spirit said. Jasmine was astonished by the spirit's words. Susanna must have locked this potion to Bertram. Her mind ran rampant as she tried to figure it out. The jar wasn't meant for Susanna's family. She wanted Bertram to have it, and she had used a spell to bind it to him. "What do you mean?" Bertram asked the spirit. "It's there. Take it." "Take your knife," Jasmine whispered to Bertram. "Slice a small cut in your hand, let 3 drops of blood fall on the jar, and say, 'I release the potion.'" In most situations, Jasmine knew this wouldn't fly, especially for creatures at this level, those that could cross to a different plane. They were more wicked and more powerful than ordinary supernaturals. But she had to take a gamble. She cast a deceiving spell at the group of creatures, hoping that most of them would catch the spell. Most important, however, was that the one who seemed to be the leader believed that what Bertram was doing was genuine. She wasn't sure it was going to work, but she didn't have much choice. If the creature couldn't take the potion unless it was unlocked and the spellcaster was dead, there was no way Bertram could unlock it with a few drops of blood. Bertram followed her instructions without question. To Jasmine's delight, the spirit appeared to have caught her spell. It looked at the drops of blood with joy. It approached to take the jar. She slid her fingers into a tiny compartment in the front pocket of her jeans and jiggled the lethal bead she kept there. It was like a miniature grenade composed of toxic power designed to kill supernaturals. She had only one bead like this, and she needed to get it right. The spirit reached out its frail hand to grasp the jar, but before she could throw the bead, Bertram swung his knife at the spirit's head. The knife opened the surface of the spirit's flesh, if that substance was indeed flesh. But it was barely a scratch. Bertram knew guns wouldn't work on the supernaturals, so he tried a knife. But a knife that didn't kill would only make the spirit angry. What did he think a little knife would do to such a powerful cross-world creature? Jasmine thought. She prepared for the worst. She pulled out her lethal bead. To Jasmine's surprise, the spirit let out a terrifying scream and dissolved into thin air. The rest of the flock followed. The night returned to its eerie quietness. Jasmine was stunned. Then a burst of anger washed over her. "Don't ever do that again, Bertram. I almost killed you!" she shouted at him. "What, didn't I just make them go away?" "For now, but they'll come back stronger. You need to know that you didn't cause any damage with that knife. You only made it angry." "If I didn't hurt it, why did they all run away?" "It's your blood, Bertram. Your blood on the knife hurt it. And on that note, we need to talk." She glanced at Aubrey. "I need to know your make, Bertram. Are you supernatural or human?" "I gave birth to him." "That's the only thing I'm sure of at the moment," Aubrey said. "If by some miracle I've become supernatural, isn't that a good thing, Jasmine? You won't have to protect me from them anymore." "That depends what side of the supernatural you're on." She held up the bead. "Do you know what this would do to you if you're on the wrong side? If I had triggered this, and you're the same kind as those spirits, you would be dead. I would have killed you by accident. You don't want me to protect you, but not having to tiptoe around you would be a great help. If I know who or what you are, I won't have to tiptoe. You know as much as I know, Jasmine. That's not enough. What about York? The incident I saw in your flashback. That's the closest I've gotten to your connection and a spirit from another plane. I don't know. Bertram was so angry he paced back and forth. You connected to me to see that flashback. You were cut off because I got cut off. I can't tell you what I don't know. I received an anonymous note saying that we're in danger, Bertram. Both of us. That was why I came to your apartment. Aubrey's comment stopped the argument between Jasmine and Chapter 5. Mia rubbed her tired eyes. She had been staring at the computer screen for 4 hours. A gentle whimpering sound came from behind her. Her head shot up. Max and Coco, she thought. I forgot to feed the poor animals. She turned around. On the floor, Max, a husky puppy, whined again as a gentle reminder and gave her his doe eyes. Coco, a gray chartreux and a bit more mature than her counterpart, yawned, then began to wash herself. Coco always let Max do the work. They were fed at the same time, so she knew she'd get her food without having to work for it. I'm sorry, Mia said as she hit the print button on her computer, then scooped Max up into her arms. On her way to the kitchen, she grabbed the piece of paper that the printer had just released. Mia didn't mind pets, but given that she was a deadliner of a werewolf clan, it was hard to have pets in the household. She knew she wouldn't shift, but still, she didn't want to risk hurting any animals, let alone pets. She normally went to Beatrice's Paw Academy to play with the pets kept there. But because Beatrice was occupied with Lucian, she had taken the opportunity to bring her favorite animals home with her. Max and Coco were no ordinary animals. They could detect the supernaturals, and they had handled werewolves before. She poured food into separate bowls for both of them. They had different tastes and preferences. Max liked big, chunky, bone-shaped cookies, and he never left anything in his bowl. Coco was more selective and picked out only the crown-shaped dried fruit with pink fairy dust on top. She didn't eat the pieces of food with other colors or shapes. Talk about a princess. Mia would take the biscuits Coco didn't like back to Paws Academy for the other pets later in the week. She read the information she had just printed. Bertram's parents were British-Australian dual citizens. His father, Logan Hayes, was a neurosurgeon, born and raised in England. His mother, Aubrey Hayes, born in Australia, had a doctorate degree in horticulture from the University of Melbourne. When they got married, she was running a nursery in York, England, that grew rare plants. They moved to Australia when Bertram was 10. Bertram grew up working in law enforcement. The Hayes were the perfect role model for families, she said aloud. Mia rubbed Max's head as he all but ate the bowl. The puppy angled his head for a scratch behind his ears. Mia sighed, thinking about her heritage and the family she didn't have. Because they were both deadliners, the kind of werewolves that couldn't shift and had limited special abilities, her cousin Lucian was the closest family member she had. But now Lucian had somehow managed to turn on his werewolf gene. That left Mia as the only deadliner in her clan. That was all right with her. She was content with her life and more than happy to be 90% human. The other 10% might be supernatural, but aside from having extremely sharp senses, she couldn't do anything unusual, let alone supernatural. Her computer flashed a signal and she rushed toward the machine. It was a chat room message. This was her underground supernatural network. If she used a human database, this would be totally illegal. But in the supernatural world, it was just a search for and exchange of information. The network traded information the supernaturals had on humans. She paid membership fees for the database, so she thought she would try her luck. But given Bertram's family looked perfectly normal on her human data search, she had no hope she'd find anything. What have we here? She said to herself while reading a piece of information she had just printed. Aubrey Thompson. One interaction with the shaman in District 9, Australasian region. Aubrey Thompson was Bertram's mother's maiden name. Mia glanced at the timestamp and her eyes widened. At the time the interaction with the shaman occurred, Aubrey was married to Ron Wilson, a famous and highly ranked werewolf in her community. She leaned back in her chair to absorb the information. Ron had not interacted with the outside world for a very long time. He was powerful and secretive, and he preferred to keep his distance. Mia had never met the man, but she knew for sure he wouldn't have interacted with mundane humans, let alone marry one of them. The marriage had ended quickly, and it didn't surprise her, and she was sure that this marriage had never been on record in the human world. Still, that was not what bothered her. What concerned her was the interaction with the shaman. She picked up her phone and called Beatrice, their expert in witchery medicine. Yes? Beatrice's response sounded like she was singing. She always sounded like that when she was happy. Don't tell me you've already had enough of Max and Coco. Beatrice, what's lily pearl? Where did you hear that term? Tell me what it does. Are you sure you want to know? Yes. It's an abortion drug for the supernaturals. But why do you want to know? Jasmine asked me to look into Bertram's background. I did a bit of digging into his parents. Everything was normal until I came across this information in the CX. Beatrice giggled. I can't believe it. You used the Supernatural Information Exchange? Well, I paid for a membership, and it's not illegal in the supernatural world. Anyway, Bertram's mom was married to Ron Wilson for a short time. Ron Wilson? The Ron Wilson? Yes, the record isn't in the human database, of course, so nobody knows. I doubt even Bertram knows. But Aubrey got her hands on Lily Pearl even before she and Ron divorced. Evidently, she was in her early 20s, and she fell for Ron, who was a powerful figure. They married, and she ended up being unhappy, hence the divorce. I understand that, but using an abortion drug on Ron's offspring wasn't a sensible move. But that's not the most serious issue. It is serious, Beatrice. I might be a deadliner, but I know werewolves. The majority of them mate for life. Yes, a human can leave them. But killing their offspring is a major offense. And with Ron's powerful position, do you really think he didn't know she went to a shaman for Lily Pearl? I mean, it's in the database. I can pay to get the info. Imagine what Ron could do to find out what he wanted. Especially since he took his vows seriously and she didn't. How do you know that? Well, he never remarried, said Mia. He took her as his mate for life. He never had children, so she obviously took the Lily Pearl to stop that baby from happening. There must be another side to the story. Otherwise, Ron wouldn't have let her go without her being punished. Yes, I know. There must be another side to this story. Something we don't know. Why would a powerful man like Ron allow a human to kill his baby wolf? Well, if she did take the Lily Pearl, we have another serious problem, Mia. What? A woman who takes Lily Pearl can never have children again. But if that's the case, then where did Bertram come from? Mia asked. Exactly. Mia's phone buzzed. It was Jasmine. Mia connected her to the current call with Beatrice. Are you two having a conference call without me? Jasmine asked. I forgot to feed Max and Coco, Mia said. Ah, you upset Beatrice, said Jasmine. Beatrice chuckled. What's up, Jasmine? Guess who I met in the city? Bertram's mother. Mia almost choked on the glass of water she was drinking. What does she look like? Beatrice asked. Well, normal, I guess. She's gorgeous, by the way. I hope I look as good when I'm her age. Beatrice giggled. So I guess Bertram got his looks from his mother. Funny you mention that. Bertram doesn't look very much like his mother, although she did say she gave birth to him. Why would she even bring that up? Asked Mia. Well, we got into a battle with a bunch of nasty spirits. Long story. But Bertram did something unusual, and I asked him if he was supernatural. That was when Aubrey said she gave birth to him. She's human, so he should be too. She paused. You both sound a bit strange. What's up? We need to talk, but not on the phone. Can you both come to my place? But you need to lose Lucian and Bertram, said Mia. Lucian could help. True, Beatrice, but definitely not Bertram. There's a slight problem. What's that, Jasmine? Bertram is standing right next to me, and he heard everything you said. Chapter 6. They walked toward Mia's place, a cute cottage at the prestigious end of town. The light in the foyer was lit. Jasmine saw that Beatrice's car was already there. The night was quiet except for the sound of the crickets chirping and nocturnal birds cooing among the trees along the side of the road. Peaceful was a word that came to mind when she thought of Gisborne, but she thought it might be too quiet for Bertram, who was used to the vibrant sounds of the city. Bertram opened the gate to the front yard for her. She entered, then tugged gently at his elbow when he walked past her. "I know someone you cared for was just murdered, and then you and your mother received a threat. It's a difficult time. But the way the supernaturals work is quite different compared to the way humans work, so I'm asking you to be open-minded if you want help from them." He smiled at her. Under the dim light of the crescent moon, he looked like a dark angel, with his God-sent face hovering over hers. "I don't know much about the supernaturals, but do you think I haven't learned something by now, Jasmine?" She smiled back at him. "You're a fast learner and a good detective. But I'm concerned that this case is a little trickier than what you've experienced, especially since it hits quite close to home. In both the supernatural world and the human world, you shouldn't be allowed to handle this case." He tilted her chin up and kissed her on the lips. "Are you going to report me to my boss?" he asked. She bit his lip gently. "I'd rather handle you myself than deal with strangers." "Okay, you two. You're welcome to grab a room upstairs," said Beatrice, smiling as she opened the door and gestured for them to come in, but only after we sort a few things out first. In the foyer, Jasmine felt Bertram tense up as soon as he saw Mia. He liked Mia, but he had just heard that she'd found some information about his mother, and the information was so critical that she didn't want him to be part of this conversation. Whatever Mia was going to say, it was going to do some damage to their relationship. Jasmine sat down next to him on the sofa. Mia sat cross-legged on a chair on the other side of the coffee table. Unlike Beatrice, Mia was less expressive and more formal. She liked procedures and order. However, Jasmine had never seen her friend uptight like this. She hoped she wouldn't have to stand between Bertram and Mia. Lucian flopped on a beanbag chair by the fireplace, and Beatrice sat on a round, cushioned stool next to him. They appeared not to be paying much attention to the tension in the room, but Jasmine could tell that Beatrice's emotions might pop like a balloon at any trigger. Lucian appeared calm, but he wasn't relaxed as he looked. Surprisingly, Bertram had relaxed quite a bit in the short time since they'd arrived. Jasmine figured that, in his line of work, he would have been trained in psychological management. He leaned back on the sofa. "Mia, I understand you've found some information about my mother in the supernatural database, and you didn't want me to be part of this conversation because you think I might have a conflict of interest," he said. "Jasmine told me that the supernaturals work differently than humans, and I agree. So I'm trying to put aside any conflicts for now so that we can move forward with this. I have some information that might complement what you found, and I'm happy to share." Mia looked at Jasmine. Jasmine nodded. Mia relaxed a little bit, but she still didn't say anything. "Okay, I'll go first." Bertram pulled out a sealed clear plastic bag from his jacket pocket and placed it on the coffee table. "I'll explain," Jasmine said as she touched Bertram's shoulder, suggesting she might gain more ground if he let her do the talking. He leaned back again on the sofa. "Susanna was Bertram's neighbor for how many years?" "At least 5. Jasmine nodded. They knew each other quite well. Bertram's boss called him when her body was found. When we got there, Aubrey was waiting in front of his apartment. To make a long story short, she had received a note saying that she and Bertram are in danger. That's why she came to see him." Mia picked up the bag to read the note inside. Jasmine inched slightly toward Bertram, her thigh touching his, so that he knew she was still thinking about him while talking to her friends. Bertram recognized the handwriting. It's Susanna's. Mia looked closely at the note. "I can't protect your son any longer," she read. "Both of you are in danger." Jasmine felt a spike in Bertram's emotional pain. She put her hand on his. Bertram didn't know any of this, Mia. Not until we had an argument, and I questioned his make. Only then did his mother say she'd received the note, and then she said that she didn't know who wrote it. I know she was telling the truth. Her friends were well aware of her psychic ability. Normally, she could only read emotions, not minds, but when under pressure, she could sometimes recognize lies. When people were lying, they subconsciously let out an emotional thread that she could detect. Aubrey had had none of those threads. She was telling the truth the whole time, without even knowing that Jasmine could read her emotions. She gave Mia and Beatrice a firm look to reassure them. Only then did Mia spill what she'd discovered. She told everyone everything, from the use of lily pearl to the possible act of killing a baby werewolf. If Ron had known about it and had done nothing, he would be condemned by the werewolves. And by condemning, she meant something much more serious than just the use of harsh words. If Aubrey had somehow avoided punishment by the supernaturals by receiving protection from humans, and the secret had been kept for years until now, then Mia thought they could be looking at a cross-species war. It was Jasmine's turn to feel tense. The supernaturals have recently found out, and that's why Aubrey received the note. But it has nothing to do with Bertram. Bertram raked his fingers through his hair. This might sound cold, but as part of the protocol in my line of work, I've been tested, and I am, medically and technically, the product of my parents. The DNA suggests that my parents are completely human, and it also says there isn't a single supernatural bone in my body. So whatever my mother had with the supernaturals, it has nothing to do with my father or me. If the werewolves just figured out the secret between Ron and my mother, and they're hunting her down, what does it have to do with me? And why did Susanna have to protect me? And did she die because of me? Bertram was unsettled. He stood up and shoved his hands in his pockets. Jasmine stood too. Maybe we'd better call it a night. Let's get some rest and digest this information. Mia got up. There's one more thing, she said. Beatrice said that people who take Lilipearl cannot have any more children. If you're sure about your medical tests, then we might need to have a chat with your mother to see what actually happened with Ron. Bertram looked at her and his eyes were stone cold. No, I will talk to my mother, not you, not anyone else. There's no way you can be objective about this, Bertram. Mia, I'm a professional. I told you I will speak to my mother, and I'll do just that. But before I do, I'd prefer it if no one from the supernatural community approached her. You're basing the whole thing on the medical tests, but isn't your father a well-connected surgeon? What are you implying, Mia? To Jasmine, Bertram's voice sounded almost like a growl. Okay, that's enough, you two, she said, and stepped in between them. Bertram's eyes got so dark when he was angry. She didn't even recognize him. As you can see, he said, I've tried to work with your people, Jasmine. He turned and walked out the door. Chapter 7. Jasmine stared out the window of the restaurant at Vines and Soul while holding a cold cup of coffee in her hands. They would open for breakfast very soon. The sounds coming from the kitchen reminded her not only about the breakfast business hours, but also about the fact that she had neglected business at the vineyard and the resort in the last few weeks. Her business was run effectively by the supporting staff and 2 interns, but the activities of the supernatural community had taken its toll. The vineyard was important. Her parents had intended it to be more than just a human business facade. She needed to keep up with everything, or the time and effort she'd invested in this community for years would be wasted, and she'd break her promise to her parents. She finished off the cold coffee. This was the first time in her life she had used the beverage as a substitute for breakfast. She doubted Bertram would eat any of the continental breakfast she had arranged and sent to him in his cabin. Even though he was very angry at Mia, Bertram hadn't left Jasmine behind last night. That was one of his best qualities. He never let emotion take over and affect his decisions, especially when it came to those he cared for. He was under the impression that she needed his protection. The spirits that were hunting for the potion Susanna had bound to him were, for some reason, scared of his blood. If they couldn't get him, they would get to those he cared about. That was Bertram's theory. She hadn't had a chance to explain to him that supernatural creatures at this low level didn't have sophisticated brains. That was why they traveled together and attacked in large numbers. Manipulation and mind games weren't their strong suit. If they were dealing with spirits of a higher rank in the supernatural community, then that would be the case. But Jasmine hadn't yet seen anything that warranted concern about a higher-level organized attack. She had told Mia and Beatrice that last night as well, but they didn't seem to believe her. "You cannot have feelings for her." Fiona's voice was broadcast from the kitchen's intercom into the main area of the restaurant. It was lucky that there were no other staff or customers around. Jasmine needed to warn her 2 interns about this little trick. She certainly didn't want them announcing something they couldn't take back when they had a full house of customers. Jasmine stood. "I don't just have feelings for Libby. I love her. She's a mundane human, Nathan. Humans and angels can't be together. It's a recipe for disaster. Remember what we swore before we accepted this mission." Jasmine pushed open the window that opened from the kitchen into the restaurant, the one the chef used to deliver food to be taken out. "And what kind of mission are you pursuing in my vineyard?" Nathan and Fiona looked at her, eyes wide. Jasmine smiled at them. "I know you have something to do with the supernaturals. You know I'm aware of that, right?" "Yes." Nathan paced the kitchen a couple of times, then sat down on a stool. "So, explain your mission to me. Remember, you're my interns. It's only fair that I know what the mission is and how it involves my vineyard." Jasmine arched an eyebrow. Fiona waved her arms in the air. "We didn't mean to tell you this. Being a little supernatural like you and your friends is one thing, but we come from a very different place." "A little supernatural? How do you define a lot supernatural, then?" Fiona shook her head, trying to find the right words. "I don't know how to explain this." "We can't take back what you've already heard," said Nathan, "so tell me what you'd like to know. Just ask the questions, and we'll try to answer." "I've already asked. What is your mission here?" Nathan shrugged. "We're guardian angels." "Not yet," said Fiona and approached Jasmine. "We were born common angels. To be guardian angels, we need to qualify. That's why we're here. Grapes grown on Earth have unique properties that the angels need to create medicine. Our mission is to document all kinds of human grapes, their origins and properties, for the angels so that we can create the medicines." Jasmine cleared her throat. "You're saying angels need medicine? They can't heal themselves?" Fiona smiled. "We can heal common injuries, but we do need medicine. Angels are not invincible." "Yeah, we saw all the stories humans created about angels. Like we just flap our wings, fly around, and do magic." Nathan rolled his eyes. "Don't get me wrong, there's some truth in those fairy tales. But what creatures from other planes don't know is what we need to do to get to be what we want to be. The majority of us will just be common angels, languishing for a few centuries and then dissolving into the light. But we don't want to be like that. We want to be guardian angels, protectors." Jasmine smiled at Nathan. "So you want to work in law enforcement?" He nodded. "If we qualify." "How do the spirits from your plane fit into the picture?" It was Fiona's turn to roll her eyes. "They're the reason we need law enforcement. The majority of us are angels, common ones are not. I don't know where the spirits come from, but they're bad news. They don't behave well. They tend to break rules and harm other common angels. But it's been centuries, and they're still around, although nobody likes them." Jasmine nodded. "You shouldn't be surprised. There will always be good and evil, yin and yang. It's only natural, and it keeps things in perspective. Imagine if your plane had only good angels. Then there would be no point in being good because there would be no bad ones to compare yourself to." Nathan chuckled. "Fair enough. Yin and yang, good and bad, mixed blood, bring them on." Fiona put her hands on her hips. "Don't even think about it, Nathan. We are the good angels. We won't turn bad. And you will never cross to the human plane, not on my watch. You will never mate with a human. What would happen in that case? Can they co-create? Jasmine asked. Humans and were creatures can. Yes, but you're from the same plane, Jasmine. Fiona shook her head. If an angel co-creates with creatures from another plane, the child will be born like the creature from the other plane, but will not have angel blood. The authority doesn't allow mixed blood. The authority, Nathan snorted. They are the angels in high places, like really important angels. Fiona sighed. They would never let angel blood mix with that of creatures from other planes, and they would never let a creature like that be anywhere where they did not have control over it. Jasmine locked eyes with Fiona. Would they kill to keep things under control? Fiona shrugged. I don't have an answer for you. We're only common angels. Even if we become guardian angels, we will never be allowed to be in the same circle with a higher class in the House of Gods. Jasmine nodded. Just like working with the police here doesn't necessarily mean you get to rub elbows with the president and discuss national policies. Exactly, it's the same thing everywhere, said Nathan. Knock, knock. Bertram smiled at them from the door of the restaurant. Jasmine read a spike of excitement. She turned around and looked at Fiona. The young angel apprentice working in her vineyard obviously had a thing for Bertram, and her angel pheromones ran wild whenever she saw him. Nathan waved his arms in front of the girl's face. Hello? Who just said no to cross-plane relationships? Keep it down, Fiona. Fiona raised her arms, seeking a truce. Sorry, it won't happen again. Guys, turn off your intercom, Jasmine said as she waved her hand, trying to get the attention of the young angels. What won't happen again? Bertram asked. Chapter 8. Mia had to admit she would fall for Lucian if they weren't first cousins. The sight of him sitting next to her little fish pond in the garden in the morning was a pleasant surprise. His long, lean body arched over the pond as he dipped his hand into the water. Haven't you ever seen fish before? He turned and smiled at her. You were a bit testy last night, Cousin Mia. She shrugged. I was more than testy. I realize I was unreasonably harsh on Bertram. Lucian stood up and approached her. Given the circumstances, he likely understood. He seems like a reasonable guy. I put Jasmine in a difficult situation. Nah, she'll talk some sense into him. But if you're right about Ron and Aubrey, we ought to be worried. Mia nodded. If we don't manage this well, we'll end up in a war. Jasmine knows that. We'll try to get the coven together and see to this. Lucian shook his head. See, that's what I'm worried about. Samuel is the head of the coven, but he's a sorcerer. He's not technically a supernatural. Basically, he's a human with advanced magical skills. The same with Jasmine. She's a witch. Going against werewolves at Ron's level isn't going to be pretty. If humans and werewolves are at war, hopefully they fight elsewhere. We don't have a large werewolf community here. Lucienne looked at her. In a normal situation, that might be true, but unfortunately, this is as far as we could possibly be from a normal situation. Jasmine and Bertram are glued to each other, and he's protective of his mother, who was in bed with Ron Wilson, and Ron is not just any werewolf. If a war happens, it will happen here, and it's going to be at a galactic level. See, I wasn't angry for no reason, Lucian, but what do you think I should do? I'm not sure. Not yet. But as usual, I'm the one who sees the problem, and you're the one who comes up with the solution. Lucky me, he smiled. So because I have no solution, I came here to give you this. He pulled out a syringe and handed it to her. You want me to drug Bertram? No, silly cousin, it's for you. She looked at the syringe. It was compact and looked kind of like a miniature nail gun. There was a clear compartment, and she could see an amber-colored liquid swirling inside it. What does this do? She asked. You and I are the only two in our clan with the dead gene. When I talked to the shaman about making the drug to trigger my werewolf gene, I didn't ask him to make only a single dose. Do you think I wanted to trigger only my own deadward gene? Do you think I never thought of you as well? Oh, Lucian. He hugged her. Just keep it handy. It didn't work on me immediately, but it might on you. There's no way to know. If a war is coming, or even if we're dealing with only a simple cat fight, I want you to be able to realize your full werewolf capabilities." She looked at the liquid in the syringe. "If I have a choice, I don't want to shift. But if push comes to shove and the situation calls for it, I'll do it for survival's sake, that's for sure. Thanks, Lucian." He kissed her cheek. "I'd love to see my beautiful cousin in her magnificent wolf form one day. I'll paint the daylights out of you." "Speaking of painting, how are you managing your art now that you're a werewolf and staying with Beatrice?" He shrugged. "Well, given I'm not helping much with promotion and other things, we don't make much money. But my manager still runs LL's world and the team as usual. We still have exhibition bookings throughout the year. I'll have to keep up with my productivity, though. I haven't given them much artwork lately. But I can do it anytime, anywhere." "So commercially, is your art exhibition business surviving without your direct involvement? If not, and if you need money or anything, just ask me, okay?" He grinned. "Thank you. We're losing $5 million a year, but I think I can manage." "You're losing $5 million a year? What kind of business does your manager run? He knows what he's doing. I'm not helping with anything, so I shouldn't complain. We did well before. Now, instead of making 25 a year, we're making 20. "Oh, that's what you meant by losing $5 million a year. Okay, I think you just continue to focus on the arts and let your business team operate the business side of things." He grinned again. "You bet." As he stepped backward, he tripped over a hole in the ground. Soon after, a wombat wobbled out. The animal didn't look happy. Mia jumped back onto her back porch. "Come inside the house, Lucian. He looks a little annoyed that you set foot in his home." The wombat let out a low growl and lowered himself to the ground. Lucian chuckled. "Don't tell me you're going after me with those short stumps you call legs." The wombat did exactly that. Lucian stepped backward a few steps, then turned around and ran. "He's faster than I thought!" he yelled. Mia waved at him. "Get inside the house." "No, I don't want him to get inside. What if he's a vampire?" "It's only a wombat, Lucian. You're 7 feet tall and you're scared of a wombat?" "I'm 6'4". "Whatever, stop running in circles. If you want to outrun a wombat, you have to run straight, say for 100 yards. Lucian continued in circles and remained in the backyard. "No, if he wants to hit me, he's going to have to do a marathon back here with me. Fat furball. Why don't you shift and scare it off?" "I refuse to shift for a wombat, and besides, if I did, I'd ruin my clothes." "You're a millionaire. You can afford new clothes." "Beatrice gave these to me. I like them." "Those are Steve's clothes, her boyfriend." "What?" Lucian stopped running. The wombat hit him right behind his knees and then bit his ankle. "Ouch! That's enough!" Lucian snarled at the animal, then shifted into a magnificent werewolf. Mia had never seen a wombat run so fast. In seconds, he was back in his burrow and scrambling toward the other end, wherever that might be. Lucian looked down at the torn scraps of clothing dangling from his body. He shifted back to his human form and stood in her garden, naked. "Just to clarify one thing, Lucian, Steve was Beatrice's ex-boyfriend. They're no longer together." "Good to know. But how in the world am I going to get back home now?" "Go inside. I'll run out and grab you something respectable so you don't have to walk around in someone else's clothes." "Good morning!" Beatrice's voice floated in from the front of the house. Lucian scooted inside. "I'll be in your bathroom," he said and ran up the stairs. Mia slipped the werewolf gene trigger gun into her pocket, picked up the torn clothes, and walked around the side of the house to the front to greet Beatrice. Chapter 9. In the Merlot cabin, Bertram pulled out a chair for Jasmine to sit. He glanced quickly out the window in the direction of the Shiraz cabin, where his mother stayed. To be sure, she had not left the cabin without him knowing. Jasmine looked calm. He didn't have the ability to read others' emotions like she did, but he knew her well enough to infer the general direction of her emotions. He hadn't controlled his temper last night at Mia's place as he'd promised her. It had been more difficult to do than he thought. He could handle a lot. There was a very short list of things that could shake him. But unfortunately, his family was at the top of that small list. "I'm sorry about last night." Jasmine smiled at him. "I understand. We can talk about it, but you don't have to apologize for what happened." He sat down next to her as she glanced at the small counter next to the mini fridge. "No, I haven't eaten breakfast, but I will. There's something coming up that I need your help with." "All right." Central released some surveillance footage of the corridor in front of my apartment, and they wanted me to review it. Jasmine bit her bottom lip gently. "You saw me in a towel in the corridor, didn't you?" "Well, there's that, but I know what happened to prompt the towel fashion. I could see in the footage why you were in the hall." He turned his computer so that she could see the screen. "But what I would like find out from you is what I can't see, even though I know it was there." "Okay." He put his hand on hers. "Please don't take it the wrong way. I just want to do the right thing." She frowned. Bertram knew she had read his anxiety spiking. "I trust that you can judge the situation." "I'm glad you trust me," she said with a smile. He played the video. On the screen, Grace exited his apartment and strode along the corridor. Then she stopped in front of Susanna's apartment, pushed the door open, and entered. A few seconds later, Jasmine exited Bertram's apartment. She looked at the empty corridor and went back inside Bertram's apartment. "I see what everyone else sees," said Bertram. "Central Intelligence sent this to me because Grace entered Susanna's apartment and never left. Now Susanna is dead and Grace is nowhere to be found." He engaged with her big brown eyes when he spoke so that his intentions would be clear to her. What he had with Grace was in the past, and he'd like to leave it there. "Jasmine, I want to find out who killed Susanna. I cared for her, but I know Grace didn't do it. It isn't in her to kill anyone. Plus, she has no motivation. They didn't even know each other. I know you can see things mundane humans can't. I know there's something more to this footage. Can you tell me what you see?" Jasmine rewound the footage and watched it again. "I need a minute." She stood and walked toward the window. She stared outside for only a minute, but it felt like an eternity. She turned back and looked at him. There were no actual tears in those beautiful eyes, but he knew what he saw. The pain was there. He'd hurt her. He held her shoulders. "I'm sorry for asking you to do that. It was inconsiderate. I'm sorry." "I'm not jealous of Grace, Bertram. I saw something." He wished she would just cry. But in the short time he'd known her, Bertram knew he would see no tears, and there was nothing he could do to make her tell him what had caused the pain in her eyes. He couldn't respond to what was unspoken. "This is killing me, Jasmine. If it wasn't because of Grace, then why do you look so unhappy?" Grace didn't voluntarily enter Susanna's apartment. Saxa captured her and took her inside. Saxa, the evil vampire spirit. "Yes, but it doesn't mean Saxa killed Susanna. Do you have a picture of Susanna?" Bertram nodded and opened the electronic case files that Central had just compiled for him. On the screen, Susanna looked back at him with kind eyes and a motherly smile. She was as much of a mother to him as Aubrey. He didn't think she had family close by, and she had lost a son, so she saw him as her son. Jasmine shook her head. Bertram had a feeling that Jasmine was about to give him some really bad news. As Grace walked toward Susanna's place, a spirit dashed out from inside the apartment. Saxa chased after that spirit. They clashed right on top of Grace. When Saxa killed the spirit, the impact knocked Grace out. Saxa then brought Grace into Susanna's apartment. "You shook your head when you saw Susanna's picture. I'm guessing the spirit that was killed wasn't Susanna." Jasmine looked at him, her huge brown eyes full of emotion he couldn't read. "The spirit lived in Susanna's physical body. I think it had total control when the body was alive. That means your relationship with Susanna was, in fact, with this spirit." Surprisingly, this wasn't as confusing as Bertram had thought. Information from Jasmine about the supernaturals was easier to accept these days. Saxa is evil. Does that mean the spirit she killed was likely a good spirit? More than that, I think she had something to do with the angels, but I'm not quite sure yet. I'll need more information to verify it. But if she was indeed an angel, then she was your guardian angel. And if something or someone was sent to kill your guardian angel and force her to send a note to your mother telling her that the protection is coming to an end, that's a very big deal, Bertram. But I'm a police? Yes, you serve and protect, and not the other way around. But you and your mother are the ones who need protection right now from the supernatural world. When it comes to that world, I am the one who serves and protects. He held her hands. No, you used to be. You might have some supernatural capabilities, but you are now a civilian. Therefore, if you want to talk about protection, we are equal, and we have to work together, not alone. Agreed. But the very first step is finding out exactly who or what you are, starting with talking to Aubrey about her relationship with Ron. But that might reveal some very ugly truth for you, Bertram. I'd rather know the truth than shoot blindly at random targets. Let's go. He took her outside, and they headed toward the Shiraz cabin. Chapter 10. Jasmine was glad Bertram didn't detect that she told him only part of the truth about what she saw in the footage. It was a white lie, but she had no choice. Aubrey stepped out from the bedroom to the living room. She looked rested. She smiled at Jasmine. Jasmine smiled in return. That was the safest reaction, she thought. A smile was harmless. Mia and Beatrice had once told her that when she tried to force a grin, her face could scare young children. Aubrey sat down on the sofa opposite the two-seater Jasmine shared with Bertram. Judging by the looks of you two, you aren't here to ask me about breakfast. Bertram cleared his throat. Mom, we came across some information that suggests you knew Ron Wilson. Is that true? Aubrey sat back in her chair. She looked at Bertram, then Jasmine, and then back at Bertram. I don't know what that has to do with the threat we received, but yes, I not only knew him, but we were married. I had just turned 22, young and naive. Ron was powerful. It lasted only a year before we divorced. Did you know Ron was a werewolf before you married him? Jasmine asked. Aubrey paused for a couple of seconds. She's still protective of Ron, Jasmine thought. Aubrey shook her head. No, I didn't know, but he told me right afterward, and before you ask, that wasn't why we divorced. I couldn't bear him a child. I understood that he was highly ranked in his clan, and not having a child would set him back, so I suggested the divorce. He planted that thought in your head, Bertram growled, his voice low. It doesn't matter anymore. I left him. What does this have to do with the threat? Bertram, would you let me handle this? Said Jasmine. To her surprise, he didn't protest. He stood, walked toward the window, looking outside with his hands in his jacket pockets. She detected that his anger was skyrocketing, but he didn't show it. He controls his temper well, Jasmine observed. Distracting his thoughts by looking out the window was a good idea. She returned to Aubrey. Ron said you couldn't bear him a child? Aubrey glanced at Bertram and then looked back at Jasmine. I was 22 and he was my first man. I had no experience. So of course I believed him. Not that I didn't try. I did everything he told me. Tried every potion his shaman gave me, including lily pearl. I never knew the names of the herbs and potions they used. I didn't ask. I respected their culture, their tradition, their way of doing things. I tried, but nothing worked, and I believed him that it was my fault. A vase that was sitting on the windowsill smashed against the wall and shattered into hundreds of pieces. Bertram raised his hands up. I'm sorry, can you just tell her? Please, Jasmine. Jasmine looked at Aubrey, who had started to cry. Even though she didn't know anything yet, her mother's instinct told her there was something wrong. Before we married, I told Logan I might not be able to have children. He didn't mind. Then when I got pregnant with Bertram, I thought what happened with Ron was because I couldn't bear a child with a supernatural, said Aubrey. So even if I did take the potion you call Lily Pearl, what's the problem? Aubrey, Lily Pearl is a potent abortion drug. If you took it, you could never get pregnant again. Are you saying Ron never wanted to have kids with me? Jasmine shook her head. He must have had a reason, but whatever the reason was, what he did to you was wrong. Taking Lilipearl prevents you from having any children. Aubrey stared blankly at Jasmine. Any children? What do you mean? She looked toward Bertram, who approached her. But I was pregnant with him. I carried him in my body for 9 months and 10 days. He was always punctual, even when he was inside me. He got hungry at the same time every day. He developed an appetite even in the 2nd month. He didn't like apples. He kicked and rolled whenever I ate one. If that drug stopped me from being able to have children, how do you explain Bertram? Tears rolled down her face. Bertram embraced his mother. It's okay, Mom. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out. I'm your son. Nothing can change that. Jasmine felt inconsiderate and cold-hearted, but they had made this much progress, and they couldn't afford to cave in now. Are you sure you took all the potion Ron's shaman gave you? I don't know. I can't remember. But Bertram is my son. I gave birth to him. No one can take him away from me. Tears continued to stream down her face. Mom, please calm down. I'm not going anywhere, he consoled. What that man did to you was wrong. Werewolves are territorial and protective of their own kind. He might be the reason we received the threat. I know. That's why I promised the werewolf community I would never reveal our relationship to the human community. Only then did they let me go in peace. I'm sure there's more to it. I'll ask Mia to reach out to her community to find out what happened. Bertram is my son. I'm human, and Logan is a better human than many I've met. I'm not saying anything otherwise, Aubrey. Bertram's mother cried, and her distress increased at an alarming rate, so much that Jasmine could hear her heart racing from a distance. If it kept up, Aubrey was going to have a heart attack. You need to calm down, Aubrey, so we can talk this out. It's important that... Of course it's important. He's all I've got left, and you're telling me he might not even be mine. Mom, please. There was a loud bang at the glass door that opened to the back porch. A male spirit slid from the top of the glass to the floor like melting cheese. Apparently, my protective spell on this place is much harder than your head. I wouldn't try that again if I were you. Jasmine opened the door and went outside to inspect the melted substance, but it evaporated into thin air. Look out! She heard Bertram shout. She looked up and saw a male spirit spreading a pair of gigantic wings. Ordinary spirits floated and flew through the air, but they didn't have wings. This one did. Taking one look at it, Jasmine knew she wouldn't stand a chance going head-on with it. She withdrew a small dagger from her boot and swung it upward as the creature descended in a landing trajectory. It must have known the knife was more than an ordinary blade because it flapped its wings hard to slow its momentum. It stopped just short of flying into her, but the gust of wind created by its gigantic wings threw Jasmine into the doorframe. Bertram grabbed her and pulled her inside. His gun was drawn, but he knew well the rule about not shooting at the supernaturals. He slammed the glass door closed. The creature landed. He was 12 feet tall with a human shape, black feathered wings, an eagle's head, and pale, scaly skin. He charged at the door, leaped up into the air, and slammed the glass with his feet. Jasmine didn't think the door could withstand more than a couple of blows with such impact. Take her away, Bertram. He stood by Jasmine and didn't move. Please go to the bedroom, Mom. The creature slammed one more time into the door, and the glass shattered. For the first time in her life, Jasmine didn't have a plan B. Or maybe she didn't have any plan at all other than to try to buy as much time as possible. She knew she was finished. It was impossible for her to fight such a high-level cross-world creature. Dagger in hand, she charged at the creature. Her effort lasted all of 5 seconds before she was thrown to the wall. 2 seconds later, Bertram landed next to her. Aubrey stood at the far end of the room. The creature turned, its eyes glued on her. It approached. Jasmine and Bertram attacked it from behind, but it was as if the thing was made of steel. It swung its wings at them, and she and Bertram crashed into the cabin wall a second time. The wall crumbled with the impact. Aubrey picked up a piece of broken glass and held it to her wrist. It seems like you came for me, you hideous creature. One more step and all you'll get is my dead body. Chapter 11. Oops. Mia's finger slipped when Beatrice turned the car abruptly and she tapped the send button by accident. Beatrice winced. Sorry, she said, but concentrated on her driving. There was a protesting moan from Max in the back seat. He had to share a basket with Coco. Typically on a road trip like this, the more mature cat was dominant and took up most of the space. Beatrice glanced quickly at Mia. Any news? Still no answers. Excluding the message I just sent by mistake to the chief psychiatric ward in the hospital where I did my apprenticeship 10 years ago, I've texted and called everyone remotely connected to Vines and Soul. No calls are connecting. It's as if something's blocking outsiders from contacting anyone at the vineyard. Don't worry, we're nearly there. Beatrice tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Yes, Libby, Mia said, and pressed the speaker button on her phone so that Beatrice could talk to Libby, her apprentice at Paws Academy, and now part-time school manager, judging by the amount of time Beatrice asked her to fill in. I couldn't get through to either Nathan or Fiona, Mia. No worries, we'll be there soon. Beatrice wants to talk to you, Libby. Yes, Beatrice. Can you open the school today, Libby? I'm a little tight right now and might be late. There will be about 10 joining us today. Yes, there are 10 attendants confirmed for today. I checked the schedule yesterday. I can take care of it. Thanks, Libby. Max and Coco are with us, so don't worry when you can't find them. Lucien is running some errands today and said he wouldn't be back until dark. You'll be on your own in the morning and possibly in the afternoon as well. That's okay, Beatrice. If by chance Lucien comes home early, could you ask him to call me? I haven't been able to reach him all morning. Yeah, sure. I'm 5 minutes away from the school. Bye for now, Beatrice. Mia put the phone away. On that note about Lucien, he was at my place. At your place? Was that why Max and Coco made such a fuss? No, Max and Coco were fine before with Lucien in my backyard. He came to me for some werewolf business that has nothing to do with Jasmine and Bertram. Then there was an accident. An accident? Well, more like an incident. He was chased by a wombat. He shifted to scare it off. His clothes were torn off, so he ran and hid in my bathroom when you arrived. Then Coco and Max went crazy at Jasmine's picture. And here we are, driving to Vines and Soul. You're kidding, right? Which part do you think I'm kidding about? The wombat? Lucien running naked through the yard? Or Max and Coco going crazy at Jasmine's picture? Max and Coco are no surprise. They're psychic, so they know something weird is going on at Vines and Soul. But Lucien hiding from me? I mean, I took care of him for ages when he was sick as a dog, and I've seen him naked before. Now he decides to play shy with me? Well, no one would feel comfortable running around naked in someone else's backyard. Beatrice shook her head. No, that's not it. There's something else. Is he having an affair? Not that we're in a relationship or anything, but he knows I like him. If he wants to move on with a proper werewolf, then he should just let me know. No, that's not him. Whose side are you taking, Mia? I'm his only cousin and confidant. So you're helping him hide things from me? That was why he was a bit weird last night? No, that's not it, Beatrice. Well, if you're on my side, then tell me what his problem is. I don't take sides. You have to. Why did he come to you? It wasn't werewolf business, was it? It was. That's the truth. He wants to move out, doesn't he? Beatrice asked, tears in her eyes. Oh no, Beatrice. Do you like Lucien that much? She nodded. Mia shrugged. Lucien didn't want to shift because he didn't want to ruin the clothes you gave him. So I told him they were Steve's clothes. That was when he shifted and tore them. Why did you tell Lucien that? I'm not with Steve anymore. Why did you keep Steve's clothes? Silence. You were in a relationship with him for a long time. It's only natural that you're a little sentimental, said Mia. But I think it's only fair to let Lucien know. I'm not cheating on Lucien. Beatrice wiped a tear that rolled down her face. I didn't say you were cheating, but you still have feelings for Steve. If you didn't, you wouldn't keep his clothes. And the fact that you gave them to Lucien without telling him, I don't think it's right. I can't be as rigid as you are, Mia. Not everything is black or white. That's what makes ordinary humans. They have mixed feelings, and sometimes it's confusing. That's exactly why humans shouldn't mix with werewolves. Is that what you think about Ron and Aubrey? That's why you were so harsh on Bertram? But you're not even a real werewolf. You're a deadliner. Stop the car. Beatrice veered to the side of the road and stopped. Mia stormed out of the car and walked away. She needed some fresh air. Maybe she had been unfair to Bertram, but that wasn't for Beatrice to judge. Despite the fact she was a deadliner, she was born a werewolf, and when needed, she'd act in their interest. If Aubrey had indeed aborted a baby werewolf, that was unacceptable. She stood, bracing her palms against a large tree trunk on the side of the winding country road leading into Gisborne. Not just any tree. It was a jacaranda in full bloom with magnificent purple flowers. There had been countless times the three of them, Jasmine, Beatrice, and Mia, had had a picnic underneath a jacaranda. Not only was it their favorite tree, it signified their friendship, elegant but sturdy. Mia looked back at the car and saw Beatrice standing outside the car, looking at her. Her friend smiled and reached behind her head to tie back her beautiful, sandy blonde hair. That was Beatrice, stunning like an angel, but as real any human being could be. She and Jasmine were the only reasons Mia was here. They were her family, not the werewolf clan that had rejected her. Mia walked back toward the car. "I'm sorry," said Beatrice. "I shouldn't have said what I said." "It was my bad. It wasn't my place to tell Lucian about Steve. The last couple of days have been a bit tense. I should have gotten rid of the bloody clothes." "Are you serious about Lucian?" Beatrice looked at her, and the smile faded from her beautiful face. "Yeah, I'm serious about him, and that will make my life a whole lot more complicated." "All it takes is true love, Beatrice. Lucian is a good choice, and he has better abs than Steve. Let's go find Jasmine." Mia tugged on Beatrice's shoulder. "Yes, he does," agreed Beatrice as she walked toward the driver's seat. "Wait, when did you see Steve's abs?" Mia shrugged. "Does it matter now? I guess not." Chapter 12. In the Shiraz cabin, Jasmine knew Aubrey couldn't hold off the creature for long. The piece of glass she held against her wrist wasn't going to stop it. A creature at this level would find a way to get what it wanted, and this cross-world creature wanted her alive. Jasmine had already tried the 5 most destructive spells she could conjure. Nothing worked. Bertram got up from the floor, but she pulled him back down. If she couldn't fight this creature, it was unlikely he could. He had tried the blade with his blood on it. While the spirits they'd encountered the day before had been afraid of it, it had no impact on this one. The creature turned, looked dismissively at Bertram and Jasmine. It knew they couldn't do anything. It returned its gaze to Aubrey. There was a loud bang from above, and then what looked like an enormous white eagle descended from the roof of the cabin and landed in the front yard. It was just like the cross-world creature with a human-shaped body and magnificent white-feathered wings. Jasmine gasped as she recognized the eyes and the angelic face. Fiona! So this is what an angel looks like. What an impressive creature! The cross-world creature looked at Fiona outside and hissed. It spread its black wings, breaking a mirror and some lights inside the cabin. As it focused on Fiona, who stared at it with a half-smile on her angelic face, a white shadow charged in from behind it, and a golden spear pierced through the chest of the cross-world creature. That white shadow was Nathan. The creature howled in pain as Nathan pulled out the spear and stabbed again. This time, the creature turned from white to dull gray and collapsed to the floor. Like the spirit that had died previously, the creature's body melted and then evaporated. Fiona collapsed her wings but remained in her angel form. She entered the cabin and smiled. "Well, that was easier than I thought. Our first score." "Nathan and Fiona are apprentices to become guardian angels," Jasmine explained to Bertram. "You taught them that?" "Oh, no. They learn about wineries and hospitality from me. I have nothing to do with their angel apprenticeship." Nathan covered his mouth and nose with his elbow and looked toward Aubrey. "If you don't stop that, you'll attract an army. We can kill one, but there's no way we can win against an army of horny cross-world creatures." "Stop what?" Aubrey asked. "Your scent. It drives me insane, and it drives all supernaturals nuts. You made your point. We know you're strong. For a human, your ability is respectable. Now dial it down, please." "What do you mean?" Bertram asked. Fiona pulled at Nathan's elbow. "She obviously doesn't know how to control it. If you can't handle it, then go away." "But more creatures will come. You can't take them all on, Fiona." "What exactly are they attracted to?" Jasmine asked. Fiona looked toward Aubrey. "She releases a scent that attracts male creatures from our world, angels, spirits, and everything in between." "Are you telling me that I have a pheromone that attracts supernatural creatures?" Aubrey asked. "What has happened to the world today? First I was accused of divorcing a werewolf. Then I was told my son might not be mine at all. And now I find out that I excrete something that attracts weird-looking angels?" She threw her arms up into the air. "Just to clarify, that dead thing wasn't an angel," Fiona said. "It was a cross-world creature disguising itself as an angel look-alike." Jasmine pulled at Bertram's arm. "We couldn't fight the last one. If an army of them comes, there's nothing we can do to protect Aubrey." "What do you suggest I do?" "We can hear you." Nathan still covered his nose and mouth with the crook of his elbow. "We're in angel form, as you can see. There's no point whispering." "How can we suppress the scent that attracts the supernaturals?" Jasmine asked Nathan and Fiona. She was willing to try anything as long as it worked. She wished Beatrice was here. She always had a solution to this sort of problem. Nathan pulled a feather from his wing. "Well, I can remove the small gland at the back of her neck using this feather. It will only take a second, and it won't hurt at all. But she needs to agree to it." Aubrey looked at the feather suspiciously. "Is that all you need to do?" she asked. Nathan shrugged. "Yep." "Before you do it, can you tell me how a human like me happens to have a gland like that in my body?" Nathan looked at Fiona, then back at Aubrey. "Humans don't have it?" Aubrey shook her head. "Humans do have scents or pheromones, but not that kind, and not in a gland at the back of the neck. And it's certainly not possible to remove a human gland with a "Maybe it was planted there," Jasmine said. "By whom and why?" Aubrey raised an eyebrow. "All right, go ahead and check. If it's visible and you're sure it is what you said it is, then you can take it out." "Can you help me, Jasmine?" "Of course," Jasmine said and walked over. Aubrey turned her back to Jasmine and pulled her hair aside. There it was, a small red mark about 1 inch long at the base of her neck. If no one had told her about it, she would have never noticed it. "It's there, Aubrey, and it looks like it was implanted, but it doesn't look fresh. It's been there for a long time." Aubrey turned around. "Are you sure?" Jasmine nodded. "If I've had it for a long time, why do you think it just now released the scent?" Jasmine recalled a couple of cases she had handled that involved planted chemical weapons. They weren't exactly the same, but she could make a deduction based on them. All implanted foreign objects like this have something that triggers them. I think yours is triggered by strong emotions, and you experienced a high level of distress today. Aubrey nodded and then looked at Nathan. "Take it out." As fast as lightning, Nathan moved from one end of the room to a position right behind Aubrey. Before anyone had a chance to see anything, the feather in Nathan's hand flicked, and a couple of drops of blood splattered on the wall. He smiled and flew back to his original position. "Done!" Aubrey collapsed into Jasmine's arms and was totally out of it. Bertram charged over. "You said it wouldn't hurt," he scolded, and took his mother from Jasmine. "But I didn't say it wouldn't knock her out," Nathan said. "Don't be worried. She's just sleeping." "For how long?" Jasmine asked. "A couple of days at the most." Bertram shook his head, mumbled some profanity, and carried Aubrey to the bedroom. Nathan looked at the stains on his feather. I didn't know this could be planted in humans. Who in your world could do this? Jasmine asked Nathan and Fiona. Nathan contemplated. It had to be someone in the house of gods, someone with the highest level of authority and power. We're not guardian angels yet, and we've never been inside. I have no idea exactly what they do there, but whatever it is, I'm sure it breaks our rule. And what is that? Fiona approached and smiled at Jasmine. We are not allowed to mix blood and co-create with creatures from other worlds, humans included. Then she looked at Nathan. And therefore, any sentimental feelings we have toward humans when we're on a mission in this world is a formula for disaster. Nathan rolled his eyes. I know. You don't have to remind me every 5 minutes. Can you tell if a human has traces of angel blood or anything from creatures of your world? Jasmine asked. Like Bertram. He scared off a bunch of spirits the other day with a drop of blood. Can you tell if he has anything unusual in his blood? Nathan raised an eyebrow. Really? Jasmine sighed. Okay, so I guess you can't tell. There was a small woof at the door, and then Max and Coco ran in. They circled the spot on the floor where the cross-world creature had evaporated without a trace. Fiona and Nathan darted outside the back door of the cabin and vanished. Beatrice came in the front door and looked at the dog and the cat. Did you spill supernatural food on the floor? She asked. Mia entered behind Beatrice. She glanced around the room, looking at the debris. I hope this wasn't caused by a fight you had with Bertram. I'd like to apologize. I was harsh on him the other day. Jasmine smiled. It's a long story. The fight wasn't with Bertram, but your help now would be very much appreciated. She looked from Mia to Beatrice. Did you two argue? It's written all over your faces. Beatrice raised a hand. It was my fault. I started it. But we're all good now. She picked up Max and Coco. She said, look at the wine bottle. Bertram stepped out from the bedroom wing and trailed off when he saw Beatrice and Mia. Is she awake already? Jasmine asked and rushed toward the bedroom. She's asleep now, Jasmine. She just opened her eyes before and asked me to check the wine bottle. That was all she said. But we're in a vineyard, so I don't think she meant checking a wine bottle here because that's impossible. Jasmine frowned. What's bothering you, Bertram? It's not about the wine bottle, is it? He shook his head. It wasn't my mother's voice that I heard. It was Susanna's. Chapter 13. Croatia. Distant past. Logan stretched his arms, trying to relax his shoulders. Sleeping on the wooden bench in his temporary lab for the last 3 days hadn't been kind to his body. There wasn't much he could do, though, when there was an angel sleeping in his bedroom. His stomach growled. He smiled to himself. It was Saturday morning, and Aubrey had made enjoying her famous French toast with a glass of champagne for breakfast, a Saturday ritual for them. Obviously, his stomach missed her French toast, and he missed his wife. He completed a few small tasks in his lab and wrapped up an experiment. It was the last one, and he was ready to go home as soon as the angel recovered. Happy with what he considered a day's work, he left the lab for his bedroom to check on Zapham. He gently pushed the door open. In front of him was a magnificent angel. She stood tall, smiling at him. Her skin was radiant. She didn't spread her wings, but she lifted the upper bone that held up her wings so that he could see that they had both healed. Her broken wing had returned. I see you've healed. She smiled. You saved my life, and for that, I am forever indebted to you. If I could turn that sentimental debt into money, I would be filthy rich. He chuckled. But money or not, I'm a doctor. It's my job to help people in distress. I'm not your people. I'm not human. That hybrid vampire could have killed you. I got lucky. You don't know what luck is, Logan. I had no idea what that creature was. I was just defending myself. There were sharp stakes everywhere in the vineyard, and I grabbed one when it jumped on me. Zapham shook her head. A lot of humans pray to us. They refer to our kind as religion. They think we make miracles happen. Many think we create what you just referred to as luck. Do you create miracles? Zapham smiled but didn't answer his question. My injured wing still hurts a bit. Would you mind checking to see if it's healed completely so I can start using it? Sure. As he approached, the dress she was wearing fell to the floor. Underneath that dress was nothing but a perfect body. That was unnecessary. I can examine your wound with your dress on. She said nothing but parted her hair to reveal her shoulder. Her porcelain skin shone. A halo surrounded her body, and a thick scent permeated the air, something so potent it made him dizzy. No, he wasn't dizzy. He was aroused. His needs were strong and unnatural. It felt like his blood was boiling, and if he didn't give in, he would explode. Your wound has healed. You're good to go, Zapham, he said, and headed for the door. There won't be any consequences if you respond to your urges, Logan. It's just human nature. He reached his hand out and grabbed the doorknob to maintain his balance. Each movement he made felt like he was moving a mountain. If you don't respond to your desires, it could do you more harm than you can imagine. Is this how you return my favor? Knowing his legs would bear his weight no longer, he sat down on a chair. It was better than doing a faceplant on the floor. Are you asking me to stop, Logan? Yes, please stop. I don't want this. And just like that, the scent was gone, along with his dizziness. He was left with a pounding headache. Zapham put her dress back on, pulled up a chair, and sat down next to him. No male humans have been able to resist me. It's not you, it's the pheromone you release. I studied it in med school. Unfortunately, a lot of textbook examples are based on animal behavior. Humans are at the top of the food chain, but from an angel's viewpoint, they're just another species. So we are all animals, and we are equal. Don't ever do that to me again if you want to remain my friend. She looked at him with beautiful light gray eyes. No, we are not equal. I owe you my life. It wasn't luck that you killed that vampire. You knew the risks when you went to that corner of the vineyard. You are in control of your actions and decisions. He nodded. All right, I admit it. I knew the risks and made a conscious decision. But I told you I'm a doctor, and doing things like that is sometimes an occupational hazard. She smiled. On that point, we're alike. Only angels in fairy tales make magic. A common angel like me has work to do, just like you. I was ready to be killed by that vampire. Like a commander going down on a mission. That would be an honor in my line of work. So I took away your chance to have that honor. She smiled. If I have the chance to choose between an honorable death and life, I'd prefer to live out my natural life. Again, just like humans. He smiled at her. To start with, angels are not at all common. But I say that from my perspective as a human, he said. So, apart from being an angel, what do you do? I work for a goddess in the House of Gods. I'm quite senior, so you're right. I'm not that common. But I meant it when I said I owe you my life. She stood and looked at him. I am granting you a wish. Anything you want, let me know, and I'll try to get it done. He stood up. I'll remember that, thank you. So, what would you like? Nothing comes to mind at the moment. I've delayed my return because of your injury. Now that you're well enough to go, I can't wait to get back to my wife in England. That's very sweet. What's her name? Aubrey. How long have you been married? 2 years. Children? Is this an interrogation? No, I'm sorry, just curious. No, no children. We're happy with the life we share together. All right. Think about your wish, and when you need me, just let me know. She headed toward the door. How do I contact you? You can't, but I can always reach out to you. Given that we met here at the Zinfandel Vineyard, whenever you want to see me, just write Z on the inside of any glass door in your house. I'll keep an eye out for that. Really? Like in the X-Files TV show? She chuckled. Yes, like what they do in the X-Files. I spent too much time with humans. Should I ask how you'll know where I live? She smiled. No, that's an angel's business to know. He nodded. The decision not to have children, was that yours or Aubrey's? Well, that's a human's business to know, isn't it? She smiled at him again and headed out. Logan wondered why she walked out through the door rather than disappearing. How did angels normally enter and leave this world? He looked out the window and watched as she walked down the path between the vines. The kids on the farm cheered when she walked past. He didn't think they knew she was an angel. They didn't question why she was here or what she was doing in their vineyard. Then it dawned on him that she must have controlled their thoughts. They saw her as whatever she wanted them to see. Roberto, the 9-year-old son of the vineyard's owner, ran toward Zapham. He gave her a notebook. Then he waved goodbye and walked away. And it wasn't just any notebook. It was Logan's diary that he had left in the lab. He rushed out of the house and ran down the path, but Zapham was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 14. Jasmine returned to the Merlot cabin with a basket of her famous vegetable chips, a couple of sandwiches, Bertram's favorite prawn and avocado salad, and a bottle of light white wine. Fiona and Nathan had changed back to their human form and returned to Vines and Soul as if nothing had happened in the Shiraz cabin. Now Jasmine knew what Fiona and Nathan could do, and what an angel actually looked like. What she had learned from them today about the magical world was more than she had learned in all the years she had worked for the supernatural law enforcement. The SLE work was educational, but this encounter with truly magical creatures from another world was eye-opening. The most daunting aspect of this reality was that she knew she didn't stand a chance going against these magical creatures if they meant to attack. Vampires were creatures, and shapeshifters looked ordinary in comparison. Bertram had moved his mother to his one-bedroom cabin, and the living room was now his temporary office. Jasmine planned to stay in the Chardonnay cabin in the resort instead of going back to her place, which was 15 minutes away. She wanted to keep an eye on Bertram and help him when he needed her. In dealing with the supernaturals, 15 minutes could mean the difference between life and death. She wasn't taking any chances. The case had taken a 180 toward the supernatural direction, and she guessed Bertram had much to adjust to. He had buried himself in the police database, looking for any useful information before he moved on to supernatural resources. Those he didn't have. His eyes were glued to the electronic case files on his computer when she walked in. He looked up, then left the computer and went to her. He kissed her on the cheek. "Thank you. It's been 5 hours. You gotta eat something." He glanced quickly toward the bedroom. "I don't think she'll be able to eat anything, Bertram." He nodded, then went to set the table. She opened the wine. "This is not our label. It's a sample from a company that wants to work with us. It's not the right time to be drinking, but I just need a kick now." She poured the wine. "You don't have to drink with me." He finished setting up the table and picked up his glass. "Have I ever said no to a chance to enjoy anything with you?" She smiled at him. It had been just a few days, but he'd lost weight, and dark circles had formed underneath his beautiful, intense eyes. She loved looking into those eyes, let herself sink into the color of midnight there. Such an unusual color, but wasn't the first time she'd made that observation. "Have you found anything new in the files? Anything about a wine bottle?" He nodded and turned the computer screen toward her. She gave him a sandwich and took a bite of hers. On the screen were still photos of the crime scene. He had put away the photos of the bodies so she wouldn't have to look at them. He did it regardless of the many times she'd told him she had seen gruesome sights when she was active with the SLE. There wasn't a struggle. Suzanne's body was on the floor next to a male body. The lab is still trying to determine the man's identity. Jasmine pointed at a table in one of the photos. "There's a lot of wine left in that bottle. That means what's in the glasses was the first 2 pours. They'd both had just a sip of that wine. The police did a talk screen. They weren't poisoned. It's just an ordinary bottle of wine. Do you know what kind it is, Jasmine?" She shook her head. "The bottle is an unusual shape. I don't think it was meant for wine, so I wouldn't read too much into the label. Do you have access to the bottle so I can test the wine?" "In principle, yes. But if I contact the station for anything now, Glenn will want my assessment about Grace's appearance in the footage, and I don't have anything yet." "Then just tell them what a normal person can see." That would implicate Grace, and we know she didn't kill Susanna. She was unconscious when Saxa took her in. But you want to know who or what killed Susanna, right? Yes, but I can't exactly tell my chief that there's a possibility the victim was killed by an evil spirit from another world, and it actually recruited Grace while she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He put his half-finished sandwich down and typed in a search command. I think I may have found another possible direction. Based on the database information, Susanna Thomas was a retired nurse, and she's in her 80s. Wow, her picture doesn't agree with that fact. She looks like a beautiful 60-year-old woman. The whole time I knew her, that's how old I thought she was. I know there are many possible explanations for the physical appearance of a person. You told me her body could be possessed by a spirit. Can you confirm that? What difference does that make, Bertram? I'll look further into Susanna's background. If I can prove that the person we see now might not be the real Susanna Thomas, then I might be able to divert the investigation in another direction. That could buy us some time. It was Jasmine's turn to put down her unfinished sandwich. She swallowed a lump in her throat. Okay, then I can confirm that. What I saw in the footage was an angel spirit running out of Susanna's apartment toward your apartment. Saxa killed the runaway spirit right on top of Grace, causing her to black out. I suspected that the spirit that possessed Susanna's body had something to do with angels, based on the shape of the wings and the halo around it. But now, having seen Fiona and Nathan, I'm sure it was an angel that I saw. Can a spirit kill an... She nodded. Bertram tilted her face up and wiped away a tear that had fallen from Jasmine's eye. What haven't you told me, Jasmine? I saw this same look on your face when you first saw the footage. What haven't you told me? When I was working in London one night, my parents called me. That was the first time they told me they came here to hide a secret. For my safety, they didn't tell me what it was or where. But they said it was time for me to come to Vines and Soul. They wanted me to manage the vineyard and live a peaceful life here. Bertram linked his fingers with hers. And you are, he said. Except for a couple of minor interruptions coming from me lately. She smiled at him, but the smile didn't brighten her worried eyes. My parents said when I see the sign the peace is over and a war is coming. The secret they hid is being hunted, and I was to protect it at all costs. That was all they had a chance to tell me before our communication was cut off, and they disappeared in a car accident. Disappeared? The accident was fake. It was an excuse for me to come here, and it marked their official deaths. The human database recorded it, but the SLE database recorded the actual event when the supernaturals decided to exit their human life cycle and obtain new identities. So the SLE recorded what happened and where your parents went, but they wouldn't give you access to the information. She shook her head. My parents requested the information be kept from me. All right. It sounds like a galactic supernatural war might be coming. I can't imagine your parents would want you to fight it on your own. Why is that so sad? Because I'm not ready, and it's very likely that I'll lose, Bertram. My experience in the SLE didn't prepare me to deal with anything from the magical world. I don't know the supernaturals from another world. I can't fight them. And now you might have something to do with that world. I don't know what will happen to us. I'm not ready to battle, and I'm not ready to lose you. I'm not going anywhere, Jasmine. I've been in relationships with humans before. It never worked. As soon as they figure out I'm supernatural, that's it. Not that we ended the relationships. They either got killed or vanished. And now the differences between us may not be just the differences between humans and supernaturals. You might belong to another world. I don't want history to repeat itself. I'm not ready to leave you, but if push comes to shove, I will. He wiped another tear from her face and smiled at her. Thank you. For what? He pulled her into his arms and embraced her. She nuzzled into him, inhaling his masculine scent. For telling me you'll leave me. Letting go for someone else's well-being is an incredibly difficult and selfless thing to do. I've been in broken relationships before, and you know one of them. I've never been able to let go. I've never been able to make sacrifices the way you do. So you're still hanging on to Grace?" He chuckled. "You got me. I'll come clean. I'll take her out of my mind. What's between us will be only a professional working relationship. It could potentially be a friendship, but only if you allow it, my lady." Bertram gasped and almost dropped her to the floor. She felt an excruciating pain coming from his mind. He braced his hands on the edge of the table to balance and tried to breathe. He gasped for air, his face turning a deeper shade of blue by the second. Jasmine pulled up his sleeve. The mark Saxa had put on his forearm was glowing blue and swelling up. Chapter 15. "Stop that, Lucian. You're making me dizzy." Lucian stopped tapping the head of the bobblehead rabbit on the dashboard and grinned at Beatrice. "If you don't like people playing with it, why have it there? First, that's not just any rabbit, it's Toby. Second, he amuses me and keeps me company when I have to drive long distances. Long distances, like from your place to Mia's or Jasmine's. It's only a 15-minute drive. Sometimes I have to drop off pets in the city when the owners can't pick them up and I don't want to keep them overnight at school. The city to Gisborne is a decent drive. Can't people find pet schools in the city? They might, but no school offers services like Paws Academy." Lucian nodded. "Yes, you have to keep the business afloat, and it isn't always easy." Beatrice glanced at Lucian. He looked pensive. It was the first time she'd seen him being serious for no apparent reason. "Look, I appreciate you coming with me, but you should have gone with Mia. I told you I can do this myself." "Oh no, you said Bertram's mother had that thing implanted in her neck without her knowing. Whatever did that to her isn't ordinary. I can't let you go to her place by yourself. Mia is only going to our clan for a visit. She should be fine on her own. It doesn't matter if they like her or not. She's family. They won't hurt her." "Are you sure?" "Positive. What about you? Are you sure you'll find a magical bottle at Aubrey's place?" Beatrice focused on the winding black road en route to Bendigo. "I'm not looking for a magical bottle. I'm looking for magical traces. And yes, a suspicious wine bottle would be a good find. But it might not be there at all. Aubrey said that when she was in a coma, Lucian. How much can we rely on that fact? She should have used the freeway. She normally preferred the backcountry roads to freeways, but now wasn't a good time." "What exactly do you mean by magical traces?" "Traces of magic in or outside of this world." "Right, traces. I can sniff it out for you." She snorted. "Such a baby wolf you are." "I'm fully grown. I may have changed late, but I'm not a baby." "Lucienne, all newly changed werewolves are puppies. There's nothing wrong with that. That's in normal situations, like when someone has just been turned by being bitten. But I wasn't changed like that. I was born with the werewolf gene. Somehow it was just triggered. I never thought about it that way. But you're right. You're not a baby then." "Absolutely not. But I can help you provide some services for baby werewolves, you know, like a business extension for Paws Academy." She shook her head. "We don't have enough human resources or room in the house." "I took care of the space issue." "What do you mean?" "I bought the B&B next to Vines and Soul. It's like a 5-minute walk, and you'll have the land for the pets to run. You might want to talk to Jasmine about it." "You bought the B&B?" "Yes, my manager transferred the money yesterday. I told him I'd use the place as a sanctuary, though. I told him I'd keep my studio there so I can be more productive, that I prefer not to be on the road with the exhibition. He was fine with that. If I'm not producing the artwork, he won't have exhibitions to run. He understands the priority." "So you're saying you want to move out?" "Essentially, I can't crash at your place forever." "Fair enough. And you want to set up some of Paws Academy's services at the new place?" "Yes." "Okay, I give Libby more work, and we can spread things across the 2 venues. Maybe we'll keep the normal pets at my place and Whir pets at the new branch. We can't mix them. Mia will be happy you're staying close by." Sure, she would be. "Here we go," Beatrice muttered to herself. She didn't need a GPS to tell her that she had arrived at the destination. She could see the aura and the traces of magic around Aubrey's place. It covered the place like a dome. She parked the car and stepped out carefully. "Stay right behind me, Lucian." "Excuse me? Now is not the time for your ego, Lucian. You can't see this sort of magic, and I don't know much about it. The last thing we want is for you fall into a trap." "All right, what are you seeing?" "There's a protective sort of magic covering this whole place. It's not a spell. It's not witch magic, and it's also not sorcery." So Jasmine was right. It might be from another plane, and it could come from angels. Based on what we're seeing at the Shiraz cabin, I don't think it's the work of evil spirits. I think Aubrey is protected by the good side of the magical world. Protected from what, though? From the evil side of the magical world? The spirit, those that almost killed me before? Or from the bad guys in this world? Beatrice looked at Lucian. "I've never thought about it that way. But you're right. It's not who was protecting her, but why and from what." She walked toward the house, which sat quietly at the end of the small country road. The block of land had no immediate neighbors. The skinny block ran straight into the hillside at the back and open to farmland. It was perfect for people with a horticulture background like Aubrey. They could even build a vineyard here. Lucian pulled her arm, holding her back. "Don't go inside yet. You don't know what the magic will do." "It's white magic, and I'm a friend. It won't harm me, Lucian." "You don't know that." "No, but in theory, that's how things work in the magical territory." "How about having some protection before you go in?" "I already have protective spells on, so I'm going in." "You are not, unless you let me cast some spells on you." "Here, wear this." He handed her a box. She opened it. Inside was a beautiful, elegant ring. "There's no magic in this ring. What does it do?" Lucian shrugged. "It guarantees lifelong protection against hardship and loneliness." She stared at the ring and then looked back at Lucian. "Is this a marriage proposal?" "Yep. You're so romantic, Lucian." "Is that a yes? Do I need to get down on one knee?" "Well, I'm not going to put it on myself." He took the box from her, removed the ring, and slid it on her finger. It fit her as if he had measured her for it. But she knew it was just his artist's eyes that gave him the ability to determine the precise measurement. He slid his arms around her back, lifting her up on her tiptoes, and kissed her. The energy of the wolf in him poured into her like waves in an angry ocean. That was the first time they kissed. She didn't know how long this would last or how they would work out their differences. But at the moment, she went all in and gave this moment 100% of her energy. Chapter 16. Bertram saw the glowing mark on his forearm. He knew Jasmine could read his emotions, but not his mind. He knew he needed her instructions to fight whatever was attacking him. The pain wasn't the problem. He could endure it. Asphyxiation was the issue right now, and it would kill him very soon if he didn't figure out how to stop it. He gasped for air. He concentrated on what Jasmine was saying. He needed to follow her directions before it was too late. "Saxa is trying to connect to you. Something in your body is resisting. Can you hear me, Bertram?" He nodded, then felt his knees hit the floor. His vision went black. "I need you to agree to connect, but don't let her take over. Do you see the options?" He felt his back pressed against the floor. Jasmine's voice echoed as if coming to him from a distance. His mind started to go numb. "Options? What options?" "Use your mind, Bertram, and will it. Agree to talk. Think about it that way. Will it in your mind. Agree to communicate, but nothing else." He couldn't see a thing anyway, so he closed his eyes and did as she suggested. He felt a tingle at the back of his mind, like some kind of electronic signal. Zap, zap, zap. He was in a dark tunnel. In front of him were two choices, two options, a small red dot and a glowing door with a handle. The red dot was what was making the zapping sound and causing his pain. On the contrary, the door appealed to him as a way to escape. It was as if someone was telling him there would be air and light on the other side of that door, and all he needed to do was to open it. He reached up with his hand and tapped the red dot. A burst of fresh air exploded in front of him. He inhaled, sucking the air into his starved lungs. He opened his eyes then and swung back to reality, finding himself in Jasmine's arms. He scrambled to his feet, still drawing in as much air as possible. Saxa's voice echoed in his mind. "You made a promise, Bertram Hayes." He signaled to Jasmine that he heard a voice in his head and mouthed Saxa. She rushed toward his computer and typed, "She can't get in here, but she might hear." He nodded and responded out loud. "I might have made promises to Grace, but I made none to you. Why are you contacting me?" "She is my apprentice," said Saxa. "I am speaking on her behalf." "How do I know that? How can I trust you? Is she alive?" Jasmine typed. "Stall. Ask her to reconnect in 20. You want to see her visually, and you want to see proof that Grace is alive." Bertram relayed the information Jasmine typed to Saxa. "I can kill you if you default on your promise. I don't need to see you. I am telling you not to give the human law enforcement information about Grace." "She can't force you," Jasmine typed, "and she can't kill you unless you engage in combat. Demand to see her visually in 20. The police delegated me to investigate a murder in which Grace is now a suspect. Not only will I provide more information to the police, but I also have proof of your involvement as well. You cannot prove my existence. Before me, have you ever marked a human and run into resistance? I bet you haven't. I have connections with people in your world. I know you can't kill me for no reason. So, if you want to negotiate the information I'm going to give the human police, you will have to agree to see me again in 20 minutes. And I want to visually see both you and Grace. No creature has the right to demand anything of me. Well, get used to it now, or I'll give your information to all data sources on and off the planet." Saxa cut off the communication. Bertram drew in some more air just in case she came back to get him again. Jasmine called Nathan and Fiona on the cell phone. They floated into the cabin, moving their legs as if walking. They were in their angel form as if they had anticipated Jasmine's call. "I need to take Bertram to the coven. Can you two please stay and guard Aubrey?" Nathan's eyes sparkled. "Our first guard job?" Fiona frowned and looked toward the bedroom. "Apart from the spirits, is there anything else we should be watching for?" "That's all for now. The cabin is spell protected against any supernaturals from this world, but those from your world are what I'm worried about." "All right." "Thank you," Jasmine said and strode out of the cabin. Bertram assumed she wanted him to follow, so he did just that. She stopped at her small office at the back of Vines and Soul. Before he could reach the door, she came back out in her full black leather SLE outfit. He pointed toward her car, parked at the back of the restaurant. "I assume you want to drive?" She nodded and walked toward the driver's seat. He hopped into the front passenger seat. Before he buckled up, she reached over and grabbed him by the nape of his neck and kissed him. The long, deep, passionate kiss astonished him. He knew she was always in control of her emotions. Giving in to them this much was a significant change for her. She finished the kiss and eased off. She looked into his eyes as he did into hers. "You stopped breathing in the cabin, Bertram. Don't you ever do that to me again." "Not if I can help it." "Seriously, I want you to promise that you won't do it. Ever again. You have to try. You have to want to survive at all costs." "That's where we're different. Life has to be meaningful or it's not worth living. Survival is a basic instinct, and I believe I have a strong survival instinct. But I won't do it at any cost. You are the first person I know of who might be able to fight against a creature from the magical world, Bertram. You might be the answer to a lot of mysteries in this supernatural war whenever it comes. Your life might be very important to a lot of people on Earth." He brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead and kissed her cheek. "When I make any decision, the people I love come first. Anything else comes second. Even if it's a decision to save the world, that order won't change. And for your information, you are a part of the first group. Now, can you tell me why we have to go to the coven?" "I haven't yet figured out how to handle creatures from another world. I don't know what Saxa will do. The chamber in the coven is the strongest protection we have." Why can't we borrow Nathan's weapon? He killed the spirit with it. It's not just the weapon, it's the user. It will become a useless piece of steel in our hands. So we have no way to kill creatures from the magical world even if we fight. If we engage in a fight, I believe there may be ways to kill them. Not that we're planning to kill anything. If they're criminals that need to be apprehended, I can't see how we can do that without fighting. But if we fight, I don't know if we'll have any kind of advantage, with or without weapons. He arched over to her seat and kissed her. That stopped her from talking. If there was no solution at the moment, he figured there was no point talking. He then leaned back in his seat. Let's go to the coven and see what we can. Chapter 17. Yarra Ranges was the same, green, tropical, and mysterious. It had been years since Mia last drove this route to a family that had rejected her. She had never resented their rejection, though. She was a deadliner, and she was happy to live a human life. Still, the memories of her childhood playing in the bushland with her cousins made her smile. They had been so innocent as kids. The Yarra Ranges that Australians knew as a national park wasn't exactly where an ordinary human could find werewolves. Apart from the fact that they moved around a lot, they typically stayed off the grid. To find them, one must either be one of them or be a spy. She was neither. She wasn't a proper werewolf, and she was not a spy. But she knew them well enough to know they gathered once a year at a secret location for the annual full moon ritual. The event was creeping close, and for her trip today, it was actually quite inconvenient. She didn't want to run into any of them. She was here for Ron. Being one of the oldest, her clan was different from the rest of the regional werewolves. More than half the clan had migrated from the east. Her clan had produced the best werewolves in the region. They were good at trailing, hunting, arts, and business. Not only had their numbers increased significantly over the years, but their communities were well organized and protected from the outside world. Their best time was under the leadership of Ron Wilson. She had grown up worshiping him. She turned into a tranquil stretch of the dark forest where Ron spent his time in retirement. This location was another secret that even ordinary werewolves wouldn't know. Again, Mia Lee wasn't an ordinary werewolf. Her tires gripped a narrow, muddy road not designed to welcome visitors. After 10 minutes battling low-hanging branches and tangled vines, the path opened to a clearing where a small cottage sat peacefully in a well-manicured garden. Mia parked her car. She remained inside for a couple of minutes to formulate her plan and then approached the house carefully. She knocked a few times but got no answer. As she turned to leave, she heard a noise coming from the backyard. She turned around. In front of her was the formidable Ron Wilson, she remembered. He looked older, but the aura of a pack leader was still intact. I hardly have any visitors these days. He gave her a gentle and grandfatherly smile. I hope you didn't get lost. Even a GPS won't help you around here. He placed a basket of wild mushrooms and vegetables down on the grass. Are you Ron Wilson? Yes, I am. Would you like to come inside? Thank you, but there's no need. I won't disturb you for long. I just have a couple of questions. Let's start with a name. She smiled at him. Mia Lee. He sat down on a bench at the door and frowned. Don't tell me you're from the Red Tip clan. I am. All werewolves in her clan had a small red tip on their tails. That was where the name came from. He nodded. I didn't think I'd ever meet you. Mia Lee and Lucien Lee, the two last deadliners. You know of us? Of course. What kind of leader would I be if I didn't know about your cases? I knew about you as soon as the two of you were born. He waved his hands dismissively. I know. They say you won't know a deadliner until the poor wolf fails to shift when it comes of age. But a good shaman knows as soon as he sees the baby. I had a good shaman, and you might not know this, but he checked all the newborns for me. She nodded. My clan rejected me when I failed to shift. I heard about that. I'm sorry. I had retired at that point. I don't have a say anymore, but it was wrong of them to reject you and Lucien. I like my life now. I like living among humans. They're nothing but kind to me." He smiled. "Yes, I too have fond memories about humans." "Would those humans you have fond memories about include Aubrey Thompson?" He paused for a few seconds. "Indeed, yes. We were married for a short period of time. It wasn't public information, but I think you know that already." He stood up, and she took a step backward. "The information was published in the Supernatural Intel database. Your marriage was on the record," said Mia. "Ah, those databases. People use technology as a way to spy on us. I told the council to get rid of these electronic resources. They didn't listen to me." Then the look of disdain on his face disappeared. "All right, so the information was public. But you're not here to ask why we divorced, are you? Wouldn't that be public info too?" "Yes, it is. But what they don't have in the database are the true reasons. That's what I'm here for." He shook his head. "What do you know, kid?" "She couldn't bear you a child, and that's why you divorced her. Can you confirm that fact?" "What? You led Aubrey to believe that if she couldn't give you offspring—" "We ended the relationship by mutual agreement. It didn't work out. She was young. She could start over." "You were such an important man in the community. Can a woman leave you and still be able to start her life over without consequences?" "I don't like your tone, young lady. Be very careful what you are insinuating." Mia withdrew one more step, but her back was now against her car, and Ron was walking toward her. "Did you ever love Aubrey? Marriage requires some sort of love. Wolves in my clanmate for life. Maybe you don't apply the same standards, but you know very well you're a legend in the community. Young wolves look up to you. If you knew a relationship with a human wouldn't work out, why even let it start? What did you get from her except for her innocence? But wolves don't feed on innocence." "Be very careful what you are saying, Mia. Words can kill, and remember, I don't obey any laws." "I know, and I have no intention of holding you responsible for breaking any laws. I just need the truth. Did you ever love Aubrey?" "Yes." "Why did you make her take Lily Pearl? You know what it does to a woman, don't you?" "I did what?" It was the loudest roar Mia had ever heard in her life. Ron looked as if he was about to shift. If he did, he wouldn't be able to speak to her. The only thing he could do after shifting was rip her throat open. Chapter 18. Jasmine turned off her cell phone and put it in her back pocket. "Can you turn your cell phone off, Bertram?" He did so without questioning. Samuel was the head of the coven, and he was nowhere to be found. He was a powerful sorcerer, but he was unpredictable and didn't always have the interest of the community at heart. Jasmine was second in charge. If he wasn't available, she was in total control of the chamber. It might come in handy. Her parents had helped to build this chamber in the center of Gisborne. It surprised her when she learned the location. It wasn't in the bush, in the vineyard, or even on their land. The location needed to be astrologically perfect, her father had explained. It turned out the perfect location was where the state library was located. As they expected, the library wasn't for sale, so they used the network connections and influence they had to build their haven without being seen by mundane human eyes. Then they spell-masked the place, putting it behind a veil. Jasmine and Bertram entered the building, the heavy modern glass door sliding open as they approached. It didn't surprise Bertram, and when a wall bookshelf opened up for them, that didn't surprise him either. But when Jasmine lifted the veil and they were standing in the coven chamber, he was surprised. On the human side of the veil, the room was simply a reading room in the library. But on this side of the veil, the room was like the main chamber of a Gothic cathedral. This was where the coven held their important meetings. "Have you felt her yet?" Bertram shook his head. Jasmine scanned the room and didn't see any sign of creatures from the magical world. She looked at Bertram. "All right, the ideal plan would be to capture Saxa or control her. We have to do whatever it takes. She can cross worlds and she has the information we need." "But how, Jasmine? You saw how we could barely give the minion creature in the Shiraz cabin a scratch. How can we deal with an evil creature of Saxa's caliber?" She slid a badge out of a pocket of her leather jacket. "We'll press this onto her forehead. It will paralyze her for 60 seconds. We can do a lot in 60 seconds, Bertram." "Give it to me. I'll do it." "It's my badge. It won't work if you do it." "There's no way you can put this on her forehead." "We'll have to play it by ear. I'll be careful. I'm not an idiot and I don't want to die. But if we let her go, I don't know how to reconnect without risking your life. So let's do our best." Bertram nodded. It had been exactly 20 minutes. Jasmine cast a protective spell around them. It might be unnecessary, but she could never be careful enough. She walked to the middle of the room. Bertram was right beside her. A circle of light appeared around them on the floor. "Don't step outside this circle, Bertram." He smiled at her. "Yes, ma'am." "Do you feel Saxa?" "Yes, I can feel her." "She's coming." Jasmine looked at Bertram's eyes. He wasn't in pain, nor did he appear to be having trouble breathing. Both were positive signs. Either the chamber was providing him the protection he needed, or his body and his mind had learned from the previous encounter how to manage the connection with the magical world. Whatever the explanation, she was pleased. Outside the circle, they saw the faint images of two women. After several seconds, the images flickered and then became more solid. In front of them stood Saxa and Grace. Saxa smiled. "As always, it seems you can't help but interfere with my business, J.K." Only those who knew Jasmine's involvement with the SLE called her that, but it didn't bother her. She smiled back. "Bertram is my business, so I'd say the same to you." "You fear me, J.K. Look at how much protection you're wearing." Jasmine chuckled. "I do fear evil. Who wouldn't? But you spend enough time in our world to know our universal law. Evil is always destroyed. You're not innocent yourself, J.K. The last thing I want when dealing with your kind is to be innocent. You don't have to deal with me or my kind. I'm here to speak to Bertram." "Jasmine represents me in dealing with your kind," said Bertram. "But first, I need to make sure the person standing next to you is the real Grace." "You can touch her, Bertram. She's real. Come here, hold her hands." Grace stood far behind Saxa. She said nothing, and there was no expression of any kind on her face. Bertram chuckled. "I'm not coming out there, but she can certainly come in here with us." Jasmine shrugged. "I can guarantee you the protective shield won't hurt her. She's invited." Saxa laughed. "You do fear me, both of you." Saxa walked back and forth and then circled them from outside the protective shield. Bertram lowered his voice. "You killed Susanna. I can't shackle you and put you in a human jail, but I can promise you I will do whatever it takes to give Susanna justice, and that includes making you suffer. Don't be aggressive, Bertram. That human was already dead when I came for the angel. I didn't kill her in the mercenary." "Mercenary? That's news," Jasmine mused. "Why did you come for the angel?" Jasmine asked. "That's none of your business." "It is, because the records show you killed an innocent human, an angel, and a mercenary from our world. You originally came from the magic world before they kicked you out, so you know what will happen to you when you break the rules." "What records? You're not with the SLE anymore." Jasmine smiled. "Being an SLE agent, especially one of my caliber, is a lifelong privilege. I still represent the supernatural law enforcement. Haven't you been told?" "Liar!" Saxa said and lunged at her. She felt Bertram step up beside her. But there was no need for that. Saxa hit the protective shield hard and nearly crumbled to the floor. "Ouch! I wouldn't try that again if I were you." She gave Saxa another smile. Jasmine focused her attention on Grace. There was no emotion on her face at all. No reaction to what she'd said about Bertram. Either Grace had been completely turned and her mind now belonged to Saxa, or there was another reason for her lack of response. Jasmine hoped for the latter. Saxa shook her head. "I know you want information from me, J.K. You can have it later, for a price. That's the business of the magical world. But I'm here now to speak with Bertram. The human police don't know Grace has been converted. I want her back in the human police force." Give me a very good reason to lie to my boss and get Grace in to spy on the human police for you," said Bertram. "As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing I want that you can give me." "Just do what I ask. In return, I'll give you information the magical world has on you, Bertram Hayes. Now I'm curious. Do we have an agreement?" "Why should I believe you?" "Because you have no choice, and because you care for Grace. She's my apprentice now. She's under my control, and she owes me a soul. If you don't get her back into the police force, I'll have no use for her. She'll become a liability, and I don't like liabilities. You know what will happen next." Jasmine still saw no sign of emotion from Grace, and then it dawned on her. She chuckled. "Who are you trying to fool, Saxa? You don't control your apprentices. They don't owe you a soul." "You know nothing about the magical world, J.K. I know enough. You're cheating, lying, and bluffing your way across worlds. You mixed with the unapproved crowds of vampires on Earth, and that's a big fat no for the angels. You're falling out of grace with the magical world. You need to redeem yourself, or you won't be able to go back next time. Getting Grace to be your human spy will help you with your redemption." "I didn't know you were so creative, J.K. That's a very good story." "I'll take that as a compliment, but I have bad news for you, Saxa." She looked at Grace. "You can't control your apprentice, but an apprentice can fast-track and control their own situation if they wish. You can't kill them, but they can kill you." Saxa turned around and growled at Grace. "Don't you dare!" Grace didn't move, and there was still no expression on her face. That fleet second was all Jasmine needed. She pulled out her badge and stepped outside the protective shield. When Saxa turned back to Jasmine, Jasmine was prepared, holding the badge out at head height. Saxa's hands turned into claws. Jasmine was going to attack her, and she knew if they engaged in combat, she could use her claws to legally kill Jasmine to protect herself. The badge was a mere inch away from Saxa's forehead. Likewise, Saxa's claws were an inch from Jasmine's heart. Before things progressed any further, the sharp tip of a dagger pierced Saxa's heart from behind. Her eyes opened wide in surprise and agony. Then her body collapsed to the floor. Behind her, Grace stood tall, a dagger in her hand. Saxa's body melted and then evaporated. Grace smiled at Jasmine. "Thank you for letting me know she didn't control me." "You're welcome. It wouldn't have worked if you didn't believe me." Jasmine raised her hand to stop Bertram from stepping out. "I know you don't trust me, Jasmine," said Grace. "You didn't have to kill Saxa, and we don't know what you are now." "I'm not fully converted. Saxa said I needed another full moon." "Converted into what?" Bertram asked. "A cross-world creature, just like Saxa." "If you come back to the human world now, does that mean you don't have to be converted?" asked Bertram. "You can return to being human?" "I don't know." Jasmine shook her head. "It doesn't work that way, Bertram. Unfortunately, she has to choose to be a magical creature or a cross-world." "Can I be an angel?" "No, but you can be a good spirit in the magical world, a cross-world creature, and travel between two worlds. Still, Saxa's death will be reported, and you will have to provide an explanation for it to the authority in the magical world." "Understood. I have a favor to ask of you, Bertram." "Yes? I want to return to the human police force. All I ask is that you not tell them what happened. When I return, I'll provide the police with an explanation they can digest." Bertram nodded. "I'll do that if that's what you want, but the video footage will suggest that you are a suspect in the murder of Susanna Thomas and her companion." "I understand." Bertram nodded. "It's the least I can do for you." Grace nodded a goodbye, then turned around and vanished. "How do you know she would believe what you said about Saxa?" asked Bertram. "I think she was using her trained skills from the police force to hide her emotions and keep her expression neutral. I reached out to her emotions and could see she was yearning for freedom. A malicious spirit like Saxa might be able to read minds, but she for sure cannot read emotions. So when I pointed to a way to get to freedom, I was sure Grace would take it." Jasmine turned off the protective shield. Let's get out of here." Bertram nodded. As they exited the building, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. What are the chances that Grace can explain what happened with Saxa to the authority of the magical world? If I have to guess, I'd say very slim. She turned and looked at him. "But I'll figure out a way to help." "Thank you." "Don't thank me too soon, Bertram." Chapter 19. Mia was backed up against the hood of her car. Ron was so close to her she could feel the heat emanating from his body. There was a hell of a lot of energy coming out of this 150-year-old retired werewolf. But Ron's reputation didn't involve only his physical power, but also his ability to control and influence his wolves. He lived up to his reputation. He was so close to shifting and letting his anger get the better of him, but he refrained. In a short time, he had composed himself. "You accused me of hurting Aubrey. You must have some kind of evidence?" Mia straightened herself up. "You've been retired for a long time. I'm guessing you don't have access to technology and data resources." "Even when I was in charge, I didn't endorse technology. We have a long lifespan, but I refuse to invest a second of my life in nonsensical information and practices. Aubrey was the only human I loved, so much that I married her. Why would I want to hurt her? I came here to ask you that very question." "Is she all right?" "For now, yes. But it seems as if something from the past has come up. She and her son received a death threat. I helped with the investigation, and that was when I came across the information about the lily pearl. If someone like me can get that information, then the whole world out there can get it too. I didn't do it. On the contrary, I gave her access to all my available resources, anything that could help us have children. But I did think that Aubrey couldn't bear a werewolf child because of the difference in our species. After we divorced, however, I had several mates, and I figured out it was me who couldn't have offspring. If your mates kept taking lily pearl, not only would they be affected, you would too. In a while, it would prevent you from having children or cause you to have deadliners. I'm not sure which is worse. There's nothing wrong with being a deadliner, Mia. You wouldn't say that if you were rejected by your own family. Your family is wrong. Life is a miracle. If they can't see that, they don't deserve you." He came closer. "You came to ask me if I gave Lilipearl to Aubrey. The answer is no. I loved her." "Did she have a family? Is she happy?" Mia nodded. "You let her go with a clean slate. She married a doctor and had a son who is now a police detective. I'd say she is very contented with her life. And you, are you happy with your life out there with the humans?" "So far, so good." He nodded. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "If you didn't poison Aubrey, someone else did. Don't you want to find out? I'm an old lone wolf now. What can I do? You should leave now, Mia." "All right." She turned and walked toward the driver's side door. "When I say leave, I mean it. Don't go to the clan and stir up trouble." "Stir up trouble? Me? Someone is causing trouble in that clan. Big trouble, Ron. Wolves are not allowed to go out into the human community. My cousin Lucienne and I always thought we were rejected because we couldn't shift. Lucian bought a trigger to activate his gene, and like a miracle, it worked. But guess what? The pack still rejected him." "Who exactly in the pack rejected him?" "It would be faster if I named those who helped him run away before the pack killed him. Something is going on in those deep woods, and it goes all the way to the top. You can sort it out because the pack will listen to you, but if you don't want to ask questions, then I'll do it. I know they worked with cross-world creatures." "You'd better have proof for that accusation." "I don't. I just know Lucian was attacked by cross-world creatures when he turned to the pack for help. I don't have any evidence. But you can ask questions. This runs deep in the past, Ron. If you didn't give Aubrey Lilipearl, but the public information says you did, then you can question that. You can question the shaman. And let me tell you, Ron, the shaman followed orders from the current leader." "Mia! Think about it. He was your successor for years. You did really well, and he had to wait a long time for his turn. But because you couldn't produce offspring, you stepped down and left him in charge. That's called cunning politics, Ron. No bloodshed, no challenge. The position fell into his lap, and the minute he became leader, the Werewolf Council closed the business pipeline in private security services. So how do they make a living? They took up cross-world outlaw services. So you've been following this? Unfortunately, yes. But not for me. My cousin always wanted to come back, so I kept an eye out for him. You're a good woman, Mia. But how do you envision us fighting against this current power? They heard a low growl. Mia turned around to see a pack of black wolves approaching. By their gait, she guessed they weren't ordinary wolves, but fighters. They were those that took top contracts from the Crossworld. They worked for money and would soon become what were known as cross-world mercenaries. "We're so doomed," she whispered, and slid her hand into her pocket where she'd hidden a tranquilizer gun. She could break a neck or two in one-on-one combat, but against a pack, she'd have to use a weapon. Still, she didn't think she stood a chance of getting back to the human world alive. She heard a roar, and the shadow of a wolf leaped past her. It was Ron in his magnificent wolf form. The mercenary wolves charged. Dirt, stone, fur, flesh, and blood whirled in front of her. In a short while, the fight came to a halt. The bodies of the wolves littered the ground. Except for Ron, there was not a wolf in one piece. Ron changed back to his human form, his body bloody and mangled. Mia rushed toward him and got down on her knees where he lay. "I'm sorry I brought trouble to your home. Don't cry. You have a strong spirit, Mia. Stronger than any wolf I've known. The clan is corrupt. It's too late for me to fix things. Run. Now. They don't know yet that you've found out what they did. These wolves came here for me. Promise me you'll come back one day, take the power, and avenge me. I'm not even a proper wolf." "You don't have to be. You just need a strong will. You can be the wolf queen, Mia. Promise me you'll come back?" She nodded. He yanked off the chain with a wolf head charm that he wore around his neck and gave it to her. "The mercenary wolves were here for this. I never passed it on to the current leader. He can't be in full power without it. It's yours now." He pushed the necklace into her hand. Then, with difficulty, he shifted again into his wolf form. Mia knew that his time was up. He wanted to die alone and as a wolf. She helped him up. As she did, he turned and bit her wrist, imprinting his teeth marks onto her skin and marking her as his legitimate heir. Then he sprinted away into the dark wood. Chapter 20. Beatrice knew it wasn't the right time to take pride in her learned magical skills. She wasn't a natural witch. She'd learned the skills so that she could cast spells and make medicine. And she hadn't thought that practicing her magic for a while would help her to develop supernatural senses. But it had. Sometimes her senses were more accurate than Jasmine's. Jasmine had said it was rare for even a natural witch to reach the same skill level as Beatrice. That gave Beatrice a lot of confidence, and she planned to put that confidence to use to penetrate the protective shield that blanketed Aubrey's place. "Are you sure it's not going to zap us?" Lucian said with a wince. "It would if you were an angel or spirit from the magical world, Lucienne. I know you said it's not against our kind, but it still looks quite dangerous. The fact that we can see it now makes me wonder. Let me try." He reached out his pinky and touched the surface of the shield. Then he smiled and put his hand through. Ouch! He withdrew his hand and held it with his other. Then he moved back several steps. Beatrice rushed over. "Are you okay? Let me see your hand." He looked at her and grinned. She whacked his shoulder. "You think this is funny? You know the story of the boy who cried wolf, right? Relax, Beatrice. If it does zap me, I can heal quickly. But you can't. So why don't I go in and you wait here?" She flicked a small spell at the shield to test it. It didn't bounce. "Look," she said. "See? It likes me." She signaled Lucian and then approached the shield. She crossed easily. She entered the house using the key Bertram gave her. The charming white brick house was a bit large to be called a cottage. It was more like a Tudor house without the characteristic decorative dark strips. Beatrice wasn't into architecture and housing styles, but she had picked up a lot when she used to date an architect. They had broken up for a reason. She'd had to listen to all his talk about buildings and construction and housing styles, whether she liked it or not. Unlike any of her ex-lovers, Lucian always put her interests first. Even now, when he was obviously mesmerized by the charm of the place, he said nothing. He simply admired it silently as a work of art. He was an artist, after all. You can always revisit this place later, with the permission of the owner, of course. She smiled at him. Lucian chuckled. Sorry, I was distracted. The house is very nice, but I can build a house on our new land in a style that suits you better. What's wrong with this one? It's a bit dated. She nodded. Fair enough. She made a beeline to where she thought the master bedroom would be located. She was there to look for magic charms and any traces of the supernatural. So far, apart from the protective shield outside, which was obviously not created by Aubrey, there was nothing supernatural inside this house. That meant Aubrey might be telling the truth that she was not aware of anything supernatural, even if it was used to protect or harm her. The place felt homey, but Beatrice was surprised that there was nothing sentimental or personal anywhere. Not a single picture, painting, or decorative item in the house. In a house like this, Beatrice expected to see refrigerator magnets, a calendar on the wall with important dates marked, recipes in kitchen drawers, or at least a pointless fruit bowl. But there was nothing that reflected the personality of the owner. Or maybe this lack of story was the point of the story. She went into the bedroom and opened a drawer. And there it was, the point of the story, in the privacy of a nightstand drawer. In the drawer of the bedside table was a small box of jewelry and a diary that was sure to provide the answer to many things. She picked up the dark brown leather-bound diary. Aubrey was a private person. This diary might contain some secrets and the information they needed. She wouldn't let it fall into the wrong hands, but she wouldn't read it herself either. Beatrice put the diary in her bag. She heard a small whistle from Lucian. She turned in his direction and saw him pointing toward the backyard. She looked beyond him and saw 3 gigantic wolves approaching the house. She knew werewolves when she saw them. It was daytime, and they came from the woods. That told her they didn't want to be seen by humans. They were low-level wolves, which she could easily handle. She shook her head at Lucian, signaling for him to not react. He nodded. She cast spells at the wolves and gestured to Lucian to head to the front door. She fingered a count from 1 to 3, and then they opened the front door and ran toward their car. She tossed the car keys into the air. Lucian caught them and darted toward the driver's seat. Beatrice cast another lot of spells at the wolves that had entered the back garden and were nearing the back of the house. They roared and charged at the back door. "Go, Beatrice!" Lucian shouted from the car. The wolves heard his cry, stopped, and were about to run to the front of the house to give chase. Then her spells took effect. She raced to the passenger side of the car and got inside. Lucian backed the car out. Before they drove away, he turned and looked at the house, as the wolves had suddenly gotten quiet and no longer chased after them. "What did you do to them?" "I did them a favor. I cast love spells on them." "To love what?" "Well, the first lot was for animals in the garden. I think there's an owl, a Tasmanian devil, and a wombat." "A wombat?" "Yes, the wombat is real. I didn't know he was having his brunch there. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The owl and the devil are garden gargoyles. The second lot of spells was for the wolves." "Are you saying the wolves are trying to have sex with the wombat and the garden gargoyles now?" She shrugged. "If that's what falling in love means for werewolves." Lucian rolled his eyes. "The wombat is safe. He can hide in his burrow. But the poor garden gargoyles. How long will your spell last?" "A couple of hours." "Ouch!" Chapter 21. Fiona rushed into the bedroom as soon as she heard a sound suggesting Aubrey was awake. "This was a lot sooner than I expected," Nathan said as he followed her. Aubrey opened her eyes and looked at them. She smiled at Fiona. I've seen your face before. We rescued you in the other cabin. No, I mean, I've seen your face before. In the past, years ago. That's not possible. This is our first trip to Earth. Killing the creature that attacked you was our first score. It's impossible for you to have seen me before, Aubrey, Fiona said. Would you like to sit up? Aubrey nodded. Could I please have some water? I'll get it, Nathan said and scooted out of the bedroom door. He's a bit embarrassed because he reacted to your scent before. We're young angels. We're still learning. How young? In the human time system, I think Nathan is about 123. I'm 125. Aubrey smiled. Thank you for helping out before. Where's Bertram? He and Jasmine are running some errands in the town central. They'll be back very soon. They asked us to keep an eye on you. Aubrey smiled at Nathan, who was coming back into the room with water. Sexual urges are very natural for humans, she said. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Nathan. Am I free of the scent now? He nodded and gave her the water. Do all the angels have that gland naturally? Aubrey asked. Fiona nodded. Yes, but we can control it, switch it on and off. Is it possible to create that gland and put it in a human? Nathan shook his head. There's no point in doing that. Angels can only co-create with other angels. If we co-create with other species in other worlds, the offspring won't carry any of our blood or genes. Don't ask me why, I've no idea. Fiona sat down beside Aubrey. Co-creating or having relationships with humans is not against our rules if both sides agree, and one individual is not harming the other. But as angels, if we're constantly distracted by outside relationships, we might pass our prime time and not be able to have our real offspring. Nathan nodded. It's not a crime or anything. But we angels are always looking for opportunities to grow our community. Our population is shrinking, so producing offspring is a duty of good angel citizens. Aubrey smiled. I'm sure you're both good angel citizens, but you take the romance out of the relationship. Coupling isn't just about making babies. Are you saying love isn't a part of the fabric of the angel society? I thought you had angels of love. Nathan laughed. The names the humans come up with have a nice ring. You forget the fact that not only are we young, said Fiona, but we are common angels, like ordinary human citizens. What you talked about, the fabric of the society kind of thing, belongs to the house of gods. The growing population is also a matter of the house of gods. Nathan talked about it because he wants to work for them. I, on the other hand, want only to be a guardian angel. In human terms, it's like wanting to work in the police force. Aubrey nodded. Still, love is a thing that everyone deserves to have. Common angels, too. Nathan nodded. I know what it is. Fiona cast a glance at Nathan. He claims he's in love with Libby. She's human. But at the same time, he wants to have a chance to work for the House of Gods. I keep trying to tell him he can't have both. We have very specific jobs to do, and an angel of love is in a real position in the House of Gods. Nathan muttered something that got caught in his throat. Cut it out, said Fiona. That foul language you learned from bad humans will do you much harm when we go home, Nathan. They heard light footsteps on the roof. Cross-world creatures? Fiona looked at Nathan. When it came to fighting, she had to rely on him. He was younger, but much better at combat than she was. This is different. I think it's angels we're dealing with. Aubrey got off the bed. Are these angels friendly? She asked. We don't know yet. Please stay right here, Aubrey, said Nathan. He drew his dagger and stepped out into the living room. Fiona followed him. A white shadow with wings descended to the ground in front of the cabin. Fiona had never been inside the House of Gods or met anyone from there, but she knew someone of that caliber when she saw them. The male angel was formidable. His wings folded back but did not totally retract. He stood and smiled at Fiona and Nathan. Nathan approached the door. Fiona grabbed his wing to hold him back. Jasmine had told them this cabin was spell-protected. It wouldn't prevent creatures from getting inside, but going in without permission would register them as violators of the cross-world rules. If someone violated the rules, they had a legitimate reason to kill the intruder. The Angel Council needs to see the human inside the house. Would you please let me see her? The doors of the cabin appeared to swing open by themselves, but Fiona knew the angel had willed them to open. "Who is speaking?" Fiona asked, while tugging at Nathan's wing to ensure he stayed inside the cabin. "My name is Jehoel from the House of the Angel of Fire." "You know we can verify this, right?" Fiona shouted. "Of course." "What does the House of the Angel of Fire have to do with this human?" Nathan asked and shrugged out of Fiona's hold. He seemed excited to see an angel from the House of Gods. "I'm following orders. I don't ask questions." Nathan shrugged. "Well, we are following orders as well, and we have to keep the human inside this house, which you don't have permission to enter." Fiona saw a spark of light coming from the angel. She didn't know what was going on, but she knew Nathan's mind had been taken. He looked mesmerized by Jehoel. Fiona knew the next thing Nathan would do was either take Aubrey out or invite Jehoel in. As she touched his shoulder, he swung his arm, throwing her to the far wall. She scrambled to her feet. Before he do anything more against her, she charged at him and pushed him outside. As soon as he moved past the doorframe, she shouted, "You're with Jehoel now, and neither of you are invited inside this house." Nathan turned and looked at her. His eyes sparked with anger and confusion. Fiona wiped away a tear. This was when experience mattered most, and she had none. She didn't know what she should do next. Jehoel raised his right hand and faced his palm toward Nathan. Nathan appeared to be paralyzed. His wings caught on fire. His mind returned, and he was now experiencing the pain of the fire. He looked at Fiona as if saying goodbye. "Bring the human out and I'll let him live," Jehoel said with a smirk. "No, don't do it, Fiona." Nathan's knees buckled. The roar of an engine grew in intensity. Within seconds, Jasmine's car came into sight, aimed straight at the angel. He lost his balance and fell, but scrambled to his feet quickly and flipped the car over. The car spun, rolled, and finally came to rest on the ground. Jasmine and Bertram crawled out of the crumpled wreckage. Jehoel looked at them. "Pathetic humans," he said, then turned back to Fiona. She tried not to engage with the angel's eyes, but she wanted to see if she could help. Jasmine ran toward Nathan. She cast some sort of spell, and the air and the ground around Nathan froze. That put out the fire. Bertram, knife in hand, charged Jehoel. Jasmine didn't approve, but she had her hands full with Nathan. Fiona didn't understand how Bertram thought his small knife could cause the angel any harm, but she figured he didn't have a choice. The angel swung his wing at Bertram, and the police detective ducked, rolled, and slashed at the angel's leg. Jehoel kicked Bertram away and then bent down to examine his wound. He looked at Bertram with surprise. As Bertram pulled himself up from the ground, the angel galloped toward him. Jehoel was about 8 feet tall, so he had to bend down to pick up Bertram. When Jehoel's face was within arm's reach, Bertram pulled a small vial from his jacket pocket and shoved it into the angel's mouth. Then he slammed a 2-leg kick to Jehoel's abdomen. Normally, the kick wouldn't have much effect, but Jehoel was paralyzed by the vial and its contents he had just swallowed. Jehoel slumped to the ground. Fiona knew he was finished. She ran outside and rushed toward Nathan, who was sitting up on the ground and healing the burn wounds on his back and wings. Jasmine ran toward Bertram, who stood over the dying angel. "You are the one," said the angel. "I found you. We will all come for you. You—" Jasmine pulled out her badge and slammed it onto the angel's forehead. It stopped his speech, but it also prevented him from dying. She cast another spell, and a ring of light encircled the angel. "Kill me!" Jehoel screamed and scrambled to his feet, trying to get out of the circle without success. His wings shrank, retracted, and then totally vanished. The halo around him disappeared. The angelic features of his face became distorted. He howled and shrieked in pain. Jasmine cast a light rope and wrapped it around him. His arms were tied behind him. He snarled and spat blood at Bertram. "All the angels will be looking for you. You're dead, human. They've been looking for you for years. I'm glad I found you. You think tying me up here will keep you safe from them? No, they will be all coming for you. Jasmine hit him hard in the head with the handle of her dagger, knocking him out. Aubrey came out of the cabin. She looked up at her son and touched his face. Why would he say such a thing, Bertram? Why would the angels want you dead? What have I done wrong? He held his mother in his arms. It's okay, Mom. We'll figure this out. Chapter 22. Jim straightened his posture, angling his face so the border security officer at Melbourne International Airport could examine it and compare it with the picture on his passport, which was 9 years old. He rolled his eyes as the officer spent a lot of time examining his passport picture. Doesn't he realize that people get old? Besides, his hair was still red and his eyes were still light green. He could have gotten an electronic pass if he had bothered to get the new version of the passport, but he figured he didn't need it. The last time he'd traveled internationally was 5 years ago, from Ireland to England. In his opinion, that didn't exactly qualify as an international trip. What's the reason for your trip, Mr. Miracle? Call me Jim, please, or it will sound like you're mocking my name. It's just a routine question because this is your first trip to Australia. First time to Melbourne. I've been to Sydney before. The officer frowned and was about to check the database. Don't bother checking. That was in the dark ages. I don't even remember when it was. When did you come to Sydney? When I was a few months old. My parents told me they brought me. The officer shook his head. And why are you here now? I'm visiting a friend, Bertram Hayes. He's a police detective. All right, where are you staying? With my friend. He has an apartment in the city. Sorry, but I'm required to follow protocol. Give me 2 seconds to verify the information. 2 seconds turned into 3 minutes when the officer couldn't get through to Bertram. He called the police station. Another 5 minutes passed. Jim disliked the way the officer looked at him. It was as if he thought Jim was smuggling illegal substances into the country. The officer came back. I couldn't get through to Detective Hayes. His associates confirmed that he's on a case at the moment and isn't at the station. They can't verify your relationship with Detective Hayes. Well, of course they can't. I'm not his immediate family and I live in Ireland. What can I do to help you verify things? And do you do this to all visitors to Australia? No. Oh, so I'm a special case then. What's the problem? I don't have a criminal record. In fact, I've never been inside a police station. If you could answer my first question, that would help a lot. Why are you visiting? What do you plan to do? And how long will you stay? There's no return ticket booked on your trip. I just want to catch up with Bertram. He's always telling me he wants me to visit. He said he'd show me around. I have no specific plans, and thus I have no return ticket just yet. What do you do for a living? I'm a symbolist. A what? I'm an expert in symbols specializing in ancient mythology and religion. The officer's hands were poised above the keyboard. So how should I describe your job or business? What is it that people pay you to do? Jim sighed. I have a tattoo studio. That's a place where people go to have ink injected into their flesh. They get the pain and I get the money. Does that help? The officer nodded. So you decided to close your business down to visit a friend in Melbourne, and your friend obviously doesn't know you were coming. Jim knew what it sounded like. He raked his hands through his hair. He hated haggling with the authorities. But he couldn't tell them the real reason he was here. Bertram's father told Jim when he was about 10 that if one day he received a box with BH carved on it, it meant Bertram's life was in danger, and he had to get the box to Bertram in person as soon as possible. It was a secret he promised Logan that he would keep, and he would do it at all costs. Jim was an orphan. When Logan offered him a family, he treasured every moment he had with them, and he would do whatever it took to keep them, or whoever was left of them, together. Logan, Aubrey, and Bertram were the only family he had. The box had arrived at his doorstep 24 hours ago. He'd tried to connect with Bertram using their private chat service, but Bertram wasn't online. He knew better than to use ordinary communication devices and risk being tracked. The only option he had was to grab a ticket and jump on an airplane. Sir? Yes, I can explain. But it's a delicate situation. He lowered his voice. Bertram and I have been in a relationship for a long time. He came to Ireland to see me all the time. But I've never come to Australia to visit him. Last month he told me he wanted to take our relationship to the next level. I hesitated, and that upset him. So I thought long and hard about it. He's all I've got. I have no family. You can verify all that. He's visited me several times, and we traveled the UK together. I'll verify that, the officer said as his fingers tapped on the keyboard. It was only a few minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Jim refrained from saying anything that might delay his trip any longer. Considering the urgency of the matter at hand, he didn't think Bertram would mind his white lie, even if it would be recorded in his police record. The officer looked up from his computer and appeared pleased with what he'd found. See, officer, the thing is that the way I responded to Bertram hurt him. It would be insensitive of me to get on the phone and say I changed my mind, so I wanted to surprise him. I figured I'd come to Australia in person and agree to whatever it is that he wants. And if he can't forgive me, then I'll go back to Ireland with my tail between my legs. But if he says yes, then, we'll have a long future here together. I don't know what will happen, so I didn't buy a return ticket. Mind you, I'm not very confident that he'll forgive me. All right. So, apart from Bertram, is there anyone else you know here who can pick you up? Jim knew too well that the officer's suggestion to have someone pick him up was made only so he could further verify Jim's claim about his relationship with Bertram. There was no fooling around with this guy. He could call Jasmine. But if he couldn't reach Bertram, what were his chances of getting hold of Jasmine? He had one more shot. He grinned at the officer. Sure, call Dr. Mia Lee. Her contact information is in my phone. He pulled up Mia in his contact list and pushed his cell phone across the counter. Here. The officer looked at the contact. Mia, the goddess. Oh, well, that's because she has the most beautiful goddess-like face anyone has ever seen. It's my mythology fascination. I label everyone I know. Professional hazard. The officer nodded. He called Mia's number. As soon as Mia answered and Jim heard her voice through the speaker, for some strange reason, he knew everything would be fine. Chapter 23. Jasmine stopped and waited for Bertram to catch up. Not that he was slow, but she could tell he didn't trust she knew where was going. Did the creature hit you in the legs, Bertram? When you came to my apartment, you said you'd never been to the city before. That's true. But you know Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's one of the most popular sports stadiums in Melbourne. It's a big stadium, yes. I can see it now, Bertram. What's your point? You're looking for Gate 9, which doesn't exist. Is this some kind of Harry Potter trick where you jump into a wall and it suddenly becomes a different world? She smiled at him. He was usually charming and gentlemanly, but he could be quite sarcastic at times. I haven't been to the SLE Melbourne headquarters, but I know it's here. Trust me, Jasmine, I love sports and I frequent the stadium. Yes, there is a religion here. It's called sports, but there is nothing supernatural about football. We need to access the SLE database. London is too far to go, and we have no time. Where else can we get info about how Susanna Thomas got tangled up in the supernatural ordeal and when it happened? I know, I agree, but I don't think the Melbourne headquarters of the SLE is here. I left my mother under the protection of 2 apprentice angels who were just learning how to protect people. I've just shoved what might be the only clue Susanna left me into the mouth of a creature who said the whole magical world is hunting for me, for reasons unknown to me. So I'm really not in the mood for cricket, or football, or any kind of sports being played in this stadium. We're not here for sports, Bertram. We're here for information. Without good information, we're shooting at moving goalposts in the dark. If you'd just let me turn my phone on, I could use it to locate the information we need. I could call for backup. I could do a lot of things with connectivity, Jasmine. But that's how they track us, and at the moment, we have 0 advantage over them. Can you try to be a little more patient and let me speak to the SLE people here? If you can find them. Can I help you? They turned to see a man in a security guard uniform. We're looking for Gate 9. Ma'am, we don't have a Gate 9 here. Bertram smiled. Sorry, she's confused. That's all right. We're leaving. He touched Jasmine's shoulder. Let's go, Jasmine. She nodded, but then asked the security guard, Can you tell whoever is in charge here that J.K. is looking for him because sometimes the sun rises in the west? The eyes of the security guard darkened. Even Bertram saw the change with his ordinary human eyes. He stopped in his tracks as Jasmine waited for a response from the guard. The guard paused a moment, looking Jasmine and Bertram up and down. A corner of his mouth quirked up. Well, if the sun rises in the west, then what is in the center? Jasmine smiled. Saturn. The security guard smiled and nodded. Just a moment, please. He then walked away and vanished behind a door. Bertram came and stood beside her. Don't tell me that's Gate 9. Jasmine shrugged. No, it's a storage room. After a moment, the security guard came back out. Please follow me. They walked along a curved wall and entered a small office. A wall inside the office opened as they entered, revealing a long corridor covered in floor-to-ceiling, deep purple marble. At the end of the long corridor was a glass door with the number 9 above the doorframe. Compared to the London headquarters, this wasn't much, but Jasmine still thought it impressive. She smiled at Bertram and pointed at a large glass window through which they could see the oval sports field below. See, we're not inside a wall, and we're still in the same world. Sorry, I was a bit testy before. Apology accepted. She winked at him. The room looked like the president's meeting room, with an oval table that occupied a large part of the room. At the far end of the table sat someone Jasmine didn't expect to see in Melbourne. Caleb Lloyd had been her boss in SLE London, formidable, considerate, and trustworthy. The man stood and approached. J.K., beautiful as always. He kissed her on the... Caleb, when did you transfer to the Australian branch? Oh no, I'm here to meet with you. I guess this is Bertram Hayes. Yes, indeed, Bertram said and shook hands with Caleb. You gathered intelligence on us? Jasmine frowned. Since when does such a small town come under your radar? Caleb shook his head. Your town isn't as small as you think, especially when it comes to interacting with the supernaturals from another plane. What do you mean? Asked Bertram. A couple of weeks ago, our database was hacked. It happens all the time. Data thieves from the cross-world and the supernaturals from this world often steal from us. So I didn't pay much attention to it. But when all the data stolen in such a short window of time had something to do with Melbourne, that was a pattern I couldn't ignore. Jasmine looked at Bertram. I've explained to you before about the supernatural's ability to show information to the humans. When they mask an incident from human eyes, they use supernatural energy. The SLE database records any incidents that draw supernatural energy in this world, and the data reflects what actually happened. Bertram nodded. Caleb punched a button on the table, and a computer screen emerged and came alive. He pressed his thumb on the bottom right corner. A database interface instantly appeared. Show the latest search results, Caleb commanded. Footage appeared on the screen that showed the corridor in front of Bertram's apartment. A beautiful angel fled from Susanna's apartment and flew toward Bertram's. Saxa chased the angel and killed her on top of Grace, who had just left Bertram's apartment. Saxa masked the information and pulled Grace into Susanna's apartment. Then Jasmine exited Bertram's apartment, wearing only a bath towel. That caught my eyes. Caleb pointed at Jasmine's image. Among other things, and that was why I began to look deeper into the data point. I can explain, said Jasmine. Caleb smiled. You don't have to, J.K. Your private life is just that. Private. Jasmine nodded. Thank you. Just so you know, we fought the creature that killed the angel. That's Saxa. She's a cross-world spirit. She came from the magical world. Caleb frowned. That explains a lot. An evil spirit clashes with an angel on top of a human. That's why supernatural energy from unexplained sources surged everywhere. Something big is coming, and if it comes from the magical world, we are at a distinct disadvantage. J.K. Can we see the information from inside Susanna's apartment? Bertram pointed at the screen's rewind button. I checked it, and it's a long trail of data. That's how I came to know you, Detective Hayes. Caleb looked at both Bertram and Jasmine. His eyes were intense. Susanna Thomas worked at a humanitarian hospital in Croatia in 1985. On August the 18th of that year, she was injured in the woods during a severe storm and was hospitalized. She left her job and retired afterward. That's my birthday. Bertram stared at the image Susanna at the hospital in 1985. She looked exactly the same now. Caleb nodded. Yes, you were born in England at the very moment the supernatural energy surged in Croatia and registration of an entry point of unknown supernatural source occurred. Well, it was unknown back then, but we now know it was from the magical world. Jasmine pointed at the image of the angel on the screen. That was registered as the exit point? Caleb nodded and called up the footage inside the apartment. Susanna used supernatural energy to tie the potion she had in a small vial to Bertram, and his name was logged in the SLE database. Right after that, a male creature attacked her and killed the body of Susanna Thomas. The angel jumped out of the body, and SLE arrived at the apartment. He responded to Susanna's log of information and requested assistance, Jasmine said. The officer tried to apprehend the male creature, but he resisted, and the officer was forced to kill him. He then masked the data before the human police arrived. The officer never saw the angel spirit. Bertram shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and turned away. The angel had come back for the potion when Saxa arrived and killed her. He stood at the window, looking down at the sports oval. Jasmine came and stood next to him. Bertram had his DNA tested. The test suggests that he's a mundane human, but his blood affects creatures from the magical world. Caleb nodded. I don't mean to spy, J.K., but given the number of incidents, I had to look further into this, and it includes a lot of information from you because both of you are involved. I understand. The short conclusion is that Bertram is wanted by the magical world, and that's outside our jurisdiction. And because they're chasing him, they're bringing to the surface what your parents had buried in your small town of Gisborne. You know that the coven and your witches cannot protect you against whatever is coming. Not that the SLE can, but we certainly have a better chance of fighting it. Name your price, Caleb. I want my best agent back with the SLE. You know we protect our own, like family. If you come back as one of us, we'll protect you. How much time do I have to think it over? You have until tomorrow. After that, I'm going back to London. I came here to talk to you in person because I didn't want this to be on record. Understood. You'll hear from me by tomorrow, Caleb. Chapter 24. Bertram's lucky to have you as a friend, Jim. Mia smiled and focused on the road in front of her, but she managed a glance at Jim in the passenger seat. Are you blushing? I don't blush, but Bertram won't be pleased to hear I made up a homosexual relationship with him. I'm sure it will go into his psych profile. Mia nodded. It will. I'm just not sure how much damage it might cause. Me, I see everyone the same. I'm not for or against anyone's sexual orientation. Some people like men, some like women. Just like some prefer dogs and some love cats. It's just life, said Jim. I have no idea why I made that story up. But what was I supposed to do? That officer wouldn't have let me off the hook if I hadn't pulled that stunt. Mia did her best to stifle her giggle. Not only was she not a teenager, but she never giggled. She had to admit, though, that there was something very pleasant about Jim. He made her feel comfortable and content. She could see why Bertram trusted and confided in him. Bertram will forgive you, I bet. He shrugged. I hope so. I always forgive him when he's a bad boy. Really? I can't imagine him being a bad boy. Oh no, come on, I know what you're doing. You're spying for Jasmine. You won't get any info from me. But one thing I can tell you, though, he has a hell of a temper. Wow, he always seems to be very level-headed. That's the problem. You see him as calm and collected because he's a control freak. He doesn't show it. He keeps it all in, and it causes migraines that meds can't help. He'd be much better off exploding like a volcano. I see. Oh, I totally forgot you're a psychologist, Dr. Lee. You get people talking. That's what you do. I'm going to shut up now. I rescued you from the airport. Don't I deserve some harmless information from you? You haven't yet told me the reason you're here that even Bertram doesn't know. I told you I need to give him something, in person. Is that something going to explode in our faces? No, it's a harmless box. He stopped himself. Dr. Lee. Yes, Mr. Miracle? Don't make me talk, okay? It's better for both of us. I promised Logan I'd keep the secret. Sure. Oh my, I just gave out more information. That's okay, Jim. Sorry, I'll stop poking. I'm concerned, that's all. You're bleeding, he exclaimed. What? He pointed at her wrist. The bite Ron had given her was bleeding, and the blood had soaked through her sleeve. Don't worry, it's okay. No, it's not. Stop the car, please. She steered the car to the side of the road and braked. Jim pulled out a small box from his backpack, a medical kit. You travel with no plans, no return ticket, and a single backpack, yet you managed to bring a first aid kit? It's essential. Now I'm going to roll up your sleeve. I'll be gentle. It won't hurt. You talk like a medical doctor. I learned from the best. You mean from Logan? Bertram doesn't have a taste for the medical profession. I do. I don't have professional qualifications, but Logan gave me the best training he could. He bandaged the wound. His work was elegant, Mia thought. He handled it the way Lucian did his artwork. Thank you. You're welcome. Is there a reason you don't have professional qualifications? He smiled at her. It's a long story. I'll tell you another time, I promise. She nodded. I bet you didn't book a hotel. You're right. Normally, I'd take you to Vines and Soul. Jasmine's Resort? Yes, but we've been experiencing incidents with the supernaturals there in the past few days. I'm sure Bertram told you about it. No, he didn't. The short story is, Vines and Soul isn't the ideal place to stay at the moment. Bertram and Jasmine are running errands, trying to figure out these incidents. They're not connected to the network, and they're not at Vines and Soul now. I have a guest room at my place. If you don't mind. Yes, please. 15 minutes after arriving, Mia knocked on the door of the guest room. Jim opened the door. He had taken off his jacket. The simple dark t-shirt he wore was quite flattering to his toned muscles, but she saw no sign of tattoos, which she thought was odd for someone who gave tattoos for a living. I brought an extra blanket for you. Thank you. He took the blanket from her, and then his eyes landed on her chest. She was sure she wasn't wearing anything revealing. He smiled at her. That's a nice necklace. Oh, this. She fingered the charm of the necklace Ron had given her. Not my taste, but it has sentimental meaning. He nodded. Are you sure you don't want dinner? I can order some takeout. Actually, I changed my mind. I'd love some dinner. He put the blanket on the bed and left the room. Let's go, he said, and walked toward the stairs. Then he stopped and turned around. I like you, Mia. I like you very much. I liked you the very first time I saw you on Bertram's FaceTime. I like you too. I've never had this feeling before. Relationships take time to build, Jim. I understand that, but I just want to let you know that even though we hardly have a relationship right now, I like you, and that feeling is unlikely to change regardless of what happens. I mean, we haven't had a chance to develop our relationship, but remember this, I like you very much. Well, it would be kind of difficult to forget a person you met only 5 minutes ago telling you they have strong feelings for you. Not just 5 minutes, we've talked before. I know, Jim, I'm just saying, I appreciate that, but why the rush? I don't see that I'm going anywhere in the foreseeable future. All I want to know is that after you've changed, this is what you remember. This is the memory you hang on to. What are you talking about? Your necklace gave it away. I know a thing or two about symbols. That chain is fit for a king, or a queen in your case." She fingered the charm. "This?" "Yes, Queen Wolf." She looked into his soft green eyes. "You know about us, and it doesn't bother you?" "I don't know werewolves, but I understand symbols and rituals because of my studies. Whether I'm bothered by it or not, that depends. If you totally forget me, then yes, it bothers me." "Werewolves don't forget things after shifting. We're the same person, so to speak, just in a different form. With a different physical shape comes different physical needs. Plus, when we become a wolf, we can't speak. Apart from that, nothing is worth mentioning. You don't forget the people you were with, or become a bloodthirsty monster. No, you watch too much TV, Jim." He approached her. "Well, if that's the case, I don't mind at all." "Okay, so to take the glamour out of all this, the Queen Wolf issue, it's not going to happen. I'm a deadliner. I can't shift into a werewolf." "That's even better." He picked her up, held her against the wall, and kissed her. The passion that came out of him was much more than the wolf energy she was entitled to, but had never had. He didn't care about who she was or what she might become. She didn't know how long this relationship was going to last. She wasn't the type to live for short-term pleasure, but for now, she was going to enjoy every second they shared. Chapter 25. Magical World. Distant Past. Zapham sauntered into the common area of her quarters in the House of Gods. With a few thousand years working for the House of Gods under her belt, she knew what was normal and what wasn't. The shine of the temple entrance and the endless polished marble corridor gave the impression that everything was fine. Most importantly, nobody had missed her. "Zapham!" Almost nobody had missed her. She turned around and grinned when she saw the angel who called her. "Hello, Bee." Bee was tiny. She stood knee-high to Zapham and flapped her transparent miniature angel wings. Zapham had seen creatures on Earth called dragonflies that had similar wings, but there was no point in sharing that with Bee because she had never been outside the doors of this temple. "Where have you been?" "To the material world, Earth." "Oh." Bee's eyes were dreamy. "One day you'll take me with you to visit, won't you?" "Sure, absolutely. Any news while I was away? Anyone asking for me?" "Mikkel asked for you twice." Zapham was about to spout some foul language she'd learned from the humans to express her frustration, but she stopped herself. Bee had the most innocent angel soul among all the angels Zapham had ever met. She would never contaminate that soul. "When did she ask for me?" "The last time was yesterday. I told her you were harvesting." "Good job. Thank you, Bee. I'll go and see her now. Let's catch up tonight at dinner, my chamber." "I'll bring the honey. I've been saving it for a while, just for you." Zapham waved goodbye to Bee and rushed toward her chamber. She needed to make sure she looked decent before seeing Mikkel, the angel of creation, and her boss. Looking in the mirror, Zapham checked the injured wing that Logan had fixed for her. It was 100% healed now. She collapsed the wing, smiling to herself, thinking about the look on Logan's face when she teased him with a little pheromone release trick. Logan was a good man. She would go through his diary later tonight to see what his burning wish was, and she would give him just that in return for risking his life to save her. Unlike what humans thought they knew about angels, she didn't read minds, and she certainly didn't receive prayers that she could fulfill with a flick of her magic wand. On the contrary, she had no wand, and everything here involved work of some kind. A short moment later, she strode into the main hall of Mikkel's residence. Before she reached the main chamber, the imposing silhouette of a man exited the right wing, which was Mikkel's private resting wing. Zapham knew Mikkel had many lovers. She never paid attention to them, nor did she care. But if she wasn't mistaken, this man was the bookkeeper of the soul trading place in the Crossworld. Not only was he from the Crossworld, but the underworld and other evil planes that the angels would never deal with also backed the soul trading place. Sensing her stare, he flipped the hood of his cloak up and skulked away. Mikkel straightened her tousled hair when Zapham walked in. She didn't need to ask. She knew what had just happened. Zapham had many talents, but she was lousy at me was putting on pretenses. I saw him, Mikkel. I was just playing around, nothing serious. You know where he's from? I know, but it's not forbidden. It's against the rules. It's not advisable, but not forbidden, Zapham. I know exactly what I'm doing. I won't co-create with him. I won't do business with him. We have no official interaction whatsoever. A little fooling around won't harm anyone. Be careful, Mikkel. Creatures from the cross-world are not to be trusted. I might be of a lower rank than you, but I have plenty more experience than you in that regard. Mikkel leaned back in her chair. Speaking of experience, what did you get from this trip? We got a memo from the top asking if we could increase the capacity. The angel creation business wasn't developed overnight. It's been thousands of years. Why would they expect us to be any faster? Mikkel shrugged. I told them that. But they can say whatever they want because they don't have to do the work. She sipped some wine out of a golden goblet. Zapham picked up the goblet Mikkel had poured for her and took a sip. I think I might have found something, she said and sat down. Like what? Grapes on Earth are quite interesting. I believe it's worth testing further. I was hurt while visiting a Zinfandel vineyard. A what? Never mind. Anyway, the vineyard produces a dark-skinned grape. I'm not sure if it's special because of the grapes or the location or the fact that the vampires have been there. Then look more carefully into it. Zapham stood to leave. I'll work harder, but at the same time, if you get caught because of your activities between the sheets with that cross-world creature, our work here will be wasted. She returned to her chamber and pulled out Logan's diary. It was a fascinating read. Logan loved his wife, and all he ever wanted was to have children with her. Apparently, creation wasn't just a problem with the angels. Not only did Logan want children, but he wanted to have them naturally, without the interference of medicines. Although he was a medical doctor, he didn't seem to have much faith in the science he practiced. Zapham found humans to be interesting, but complicated. She finished the last page of the diary and realized that Bee hadn't come to have dinner with her. That was unusual. She put the diary away and headed to Bee's chamber. It was after midnight. Zapham didn't care for walking through the dark garden, but it was the shortest way to get to Bee. As she walked past the fountain where she had last seen her, she heard a moan coming from a small shrub. Normally, she wouldn't pay it much attention, but this time, her instinct was telling her to check it out. In the small scrub bushes, Bee lay amid the grass and broken flowers. Her little wings were torn and mangled. Oh no, what happened? She scooped up Bee's tiny body in her arms and hurried to her lab for medicine. Once there, she put her on a lab bench. Bee opened her beautiful eyes. Your injuries aren't bad, Bee. Why aren't you healing yourself? If you don't want to heal, then none of my medicine will help you. He took my innocence. I don't want to live anymore. No. Your life is more important than your innocence. Zapham, I haven't been places like you have. This place, my soul, and my innocence are all I have. Without them, my life isn't worth living. Please stay with me, Bee. If you do, I'll take you to Earth so you can see that nothing is more precious than life. I know life is precious, Zapham. That's why I'm giving you my soul. No, who did this to you? Him? The stranger in the garden? The cross-world creature who came to see Mikkel? Yes, we have to report him then. You must live to report him. There's no point. I can't get back what I've lost, but before I go, let me do something useful for once in my life. Bring me your life potion. What? The potion you're working on. Zapham placed the jar of potion next to Bee. Why do you want this? It's not finished yet. I'll help you complete it. The angels have been trying for thousands of years without success. I'm working on it, but I don't know what else I can do. A life for a life. That's what it takes. I have to kill someone to create someone? Not quite. You don't need to kill anyone to create a life. Take my soul. No. But Bee had gone. Zapham saw her soul leaving her body. Instead of evaporating into the air, it dissolved and streamed into the small bottle Zapham had placed on the table. There, her friend would remain forever, because she refused to live without her innocence. She wanted to cry for B, but she had no time. If what B said was true and the potion worked, she had solved a 1,000-year-old problem for the angels. She'd better not waste B's soul. Zapham grabbed the potion and headed to the gateway to travel back to Earth. Chapter 26. Jasmine walked out to the open space in the King's Domain of the Melbourne Botanical Garden. Bertram looked as if he was a hair strand away from pulling his phone out and calling his network. She signaled him to wait 1 more minute. They were 3 minutes away from the Melbourne headquarters of the SLE. Caleb was here for her. If they drove back to Gisborne and things went south, the SLE help wouldn't come fast enough. Fiona and Nathan have taken your mother to Beatrice's place. Beatrice is on her way back from Bendigo with Lucian. With the 4 of them at Paws Academy, Aubrey should be fine. Bertram nodded. Thank you. I've been uneasy. I'm sorry, but you don't have to protect me. She smiled at him. I know you're not used to the idea of being protected by someone else, but your problem is now my problem. The angels are looking for you, and they will cause a lot of collateral damage to the supernaturals. They're my responsibility. I'll make a couple more calls to get us more people in protection, and then you can use your phone and reconnect with your network. He nodded. Jasmine's phone buzzed. Beatrice was calling. She picked up. I'm in the car with Lucian now. He's driving. We're 15 minutes away from Paws Academy. I'm at the Melbourne Cricket Ground Stadium. The SLE Melbourne is inside. They asked me to rejoin them, and if I do, we'll receive their protection. I'm considering taking their offer. I'm sure you know what's best, said Beatrice. What do you need from me now? What did you find at Aubrey's place? The house is protected by out-of-this-world energy, but it's not protection from our humans or our supernaturals. Creatures from the magical world? Asked Jasmine. Yes, and I'm guessing it's protecting Aubrey from angels and spirits and the like. But that's just my theory. We can get Fiona and Nathan there to try. If they can't get in, then that must be it. I'm not sure if moving Aubrey now is a good idea. I have her diary with me. I called her, and she gave me permission to read it. That's why I let Lucian drive. Is there anything in particular you want me to look for? Yes, said Jasmine. Anything that might explain what the angels are trying to do on Earth. From the corner of her eye, Jasmine saw something flicker. The air on her right-hand side had formed a semi-transparent curtain. The fluttering was a sign of portal entry from creatures from other planes. She gestured to Bertram to come stand next to her. He walked toward her, gazing at the air curtain as if he could see it. Something's coming, said Jasmine. Can you ask Mia to get information from the angel we apprehended? Bertram paralyzed him with the potion Susanna gave him. I shackled him. Fiona and Nathan locked him up. I'm on it now, Beatrice said and hung up. In front of her, the curtain thickened like fog, then dissolved. Bertram stepped in front of her. This is not good news. You might want to call Caleb. She took a step back and dialed Caleb. He picked up instantly as if he had been waiting. I can see the energy suction. Whatever is coming your way is consuming a large amount of energy to mask its appearance from human eyes. This is high-level penetration. Caleb, I'd like to take your offer to come back to the SLE. Great, JK. You're hereby reinstated as head of interworld relations. I'm not working with you in the London headquarters anymore? I've moved up. Now we're Earth-based. Thank you, Caleb. You'll get the best service I can provide. But right now, I have to handle what's at hand. I have a feeling we'll talk again very soon. I'm looking forward to it. She felt a tingle where her badge rested in the inner pocket of her jacket and knew Caleb had updated her reinstatement in the database. To assist him, however, she would have to figure out what was in front of her here. She approached and stood next to Bertram, who faced a trio of what looked like goddesses and angels. This is Mikkel, the angel of creation, and her 2 angel agents, he said. She liked the amusement in Bertram's voice. He was relaxed, and that was a good sign. Mikkel says Grace informed the authorities in her world that Saxa forced her to be an apprentice after Saxa killed an angel on Earth. The angel was Zapham, and she worked for Mikkel. Mikkel smiled. She worked with me rather than for me. I'm officially her superior, but she was not only my best angel agent, but she was also my friend. I'm glad Grace killed Zapham's killer. I am here to find out if Saxa killed my agent. Grace told me that Bertram and Jasmine could help her to verify. Obviously, we don't know if either of you can do that. Jasmine smiled. I don't think Grace was in doubt. Bertram is a human police detective, and he's in charge of solving the murder of Susanna Thomas, the human body used by Zapham. I am in charge of the supernatural law enforcement, with access to the database that has information humans can't see. You'll need both of us to verify your case. Understood. Where can I find the information? What will happen to Grace after we verify it for you? Bertram asked. She'll be allowed to live. Saxa is a criminal in our world. Except for the authorities, no individual has the right to harm others without just cause. Jasmine pulled out her badge. I'm sure Bertram has shown you his credentials. Here's mine. How can we verify that you are who you say you are? And how do we know that you have authority over Grace's case? Mikkel glanced at Jasmine's badge. Very good, JK. Are you sure you can handle seeing my true form? We don't use badges in my world. Trust me, there isn't much I haven't seen in my line of work. As long as you don't harm any humans or supernaturals in my world, I'm fine with you making an appearance. Mikkel smirked. In a flash, she morphed into a magnificent 8-foot-tall angel, who Jasmine had never seen before. Her golden skin shimmered, her eyes were almost white, and her wavy, sand-colored hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her wings were hard, solid, and strong as steel. Her shining armor made her look more like a warrior goddess than an angel. Mikkel pointed her finger at a nearby tree. The tree burst into flames. Humans would see in a few days that the tree had died, but they would not see the flames now. Jasmine stood, hands on her hips, admiring Mikkel's angel form. I see you now. You can go back to your normal form, and please don't kill any more trees. Mikkel returned to the form of a beautiful woman. Follow me, please, Jasmine said, and headed toward Gate 9 of the stadium. In Jasmine's belt buckle was a camera that she had used to send footage of Mikkel's form to Caleb's and Beatrice's phones. She felt the slight tingle of her badge again and knew Caleb had received the information and was ready. Chapter 27. England. Distant past. Logan smiled at Aubrey as soon as she opened her eyes. His beautiful wife was glowing with happiness. He placed his hand gently on her swollen belly. What would mother and baby like for breakfast today? She smiled back at him. Surprise us, Daddy. I can do that. He got up from the bed. Logan? Yes. Why don't we name the baby now? He smiled at her. You can't wait one more week? She snuggled herself between two gigantic pillows. I can't wait. I'll come up with a girl's name, and you come up with a boy's name. He sat down by the bedside. You know it doesn't matter to me whether we have a boy or a girl, right? Yes, I know. How about I start? If we have a girl, I'd like to call her Cressida. That's nice. How about Bertram for a boy? That was quick. Who's been thinking about babies' names? She asked with a laugh. She reached out for his hand. He took hers in his own and they linked fingers. She smiled. I like that name. Is there any chance we'll have twins? Aubrey laughed. Judging by the amount of rolling and kicking, said Aubrey, I'm guessing I have a single baby boy. Well, how about Mom and her boy have a gigantic breakfast today? Sounds very good. He went to the backyard garden of their small cottage just outside York, England. His garden produce grew healthy and happy as the glorious summer weather blended into autumn. Before he finished picking the herbs, a shadow spread across the vegetable patch. Zapham! How are you, Logan? He was happy to see her. It had been a long time. She looked as well and as beautiful as he remembered her back in the Zinfandel vineyard in Croatia. How are you? It's good to see you again." He felt awkward and didn't know what to say to her. He knew nothing about her, except she was an angel. At least this time he didn't have to fight a vampire to save her or stitch up a broken wing. "I see that you and your wife are going to get your wish very soon." "Yes, she's due in a week. We just came up with names, one for a boy and one for a girl. We didn't want to know in advance what we were having." "It's a boy." "Excuse me?" "You'll have a baby boy." "Okay, well, I don't know what angels are accustomed to, but this is the private life I share with my wife. I would prefer that you not interfere in any way." "I'm not interfering. I'm granting you your wish. Are you sure this is your only wish?" "What are you asking?" "In your diary, you mentioned only that you wish to have a family with your wife." "Oh, so that's where you got the information. You stole my diary. You violated my privacy. Please don't tell me you planted a baby in my wife as well." "I don't plant babies." "Well, thank God for that," said Logan. "Okay, I know you're grateful I saved your life, but I'm a doctor. That's what I do. I don't want anything in return. If you must return a favor, I'd ask you to leave us alone." "Logan, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. I value our friendship, but I don't think you understand. Our first child is coming and it has been stressful enough." "I do understand, and that's why I'm here. We need to see the baby through. It could be complicated." "I'm sorry, I don't understand your involvement in this. I think it would be best if I go through this with my wife, just the two of us. This is her first child, and I don't want to mess around with anything at this critical stage." "Logan, you said in your diary that Aubrey told you it might be difficult for her to have children. That's why you were worried." "No, that wasn't why I was worried. But enough of this, Zapham," said Logan. "Did you do something to my wife?" "Why are you so angry with me? I only wanted to help." "Help how? And please don't say that our son is not ours, because that would be inhuman." "Oh, but you're not human, so you wouldn't understand human emotions." A tear rolled down on Zapham's face. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I know you mean well. But can you please tell me what you did?" She wiped the tear from her cheek and then looked at it as it rested on her fingertip. "Your son is the creation of you and your wife," she said. "Creating a living being is a miracle, and I have nothing to do with that process." Feeling his knees weakening, Logan sat down on the garden bench. "Is there a but coming?" "There is some negative supernatural energy in your wife that prevents her from having children. I'm not an expert in the energy area, so I can't help to ease that negative energy, but I am one of the best agents in angel creation, and that's where I gave my help." "Meaning?" "I mixed up a potion so angel creation can be carried out by beings that are not angels. I put that potion in the Zinfandel bottle you gifted to Aubrey." "Can you just give me a simple answer? Is our son truly ours?" "Yes, and he's human." "So, aside from helping Aubrey to pass the negative energy, what exactly did your potion do?" "It added an extra quality to the make of your son, but as far as what it added, I don't know. The potion is intended to create angels. If taken by angels, they will produce angel babies." "And if a human takes it?" "The results are unknown. We've tried without success for thousands of years. If angels co-create with different types, the offspring carry no trace of angel. There has been no medicine, potion, or magic from our world that can survive on the outside. No angel child has ever eventuated outside the magical world." "Are you saying our son is a result of your experiment?" "Not an experiment, a sacrifice. A life for a life. This time, an angel has given her soul for the potion to work." "And you assumed we would want this?" "It was your wish. We did not wish for an experiment. If our son survives, what will stop your angels from coming to claim him because he is your experiment's first successful result?" "I will make sure that doesn't happen." "How can you guarantee that?" "I'll do my best." "That's not enough. We would rather not have a family at all than have one knowing it might be taken away. I'm not sure how to make you understand this, but now it can't be undone. What am I supposed to tell my wife? Tell her nothing. I'll protect your son from the angels. I will make sure no one knows about this. That is my promise. Logan, Aubrey called out to the garden. Who is that? He looked up and saw that Zapham had disappeared. Who? I thought I saw a woman. He smiled. There's only one woman in this garden, and that's you. Are you okay? Yes, just a slight headache. I'm sure it's nothing. No nothing headache lasts for months. What was the result of the test you had done? He wrapped an arm around her shoulders to walk inside with her. As I said, it's nothing. Chapter 28. Jasmine led Mikkel to the large conference room of Gate 9 in the Melbourne Cricket Ground Stadium. Mikkel had agreed to leave her angel agents outside the stadium for security reasons. Bertram hadn't said anything on the way in. After seeing Mikkel's true form, he knew she was at a high level in her world. The creature they apprehended had said all the angels would be looking for him. The lower a profile he kept, the less likely it was that she would recognize him. Caleb was waiting for them at the far end of the room. He approached as soon as the trio walked in. I'm Caleb, and I'm in charge of the High Impact Crime Investigation Department of the Supernatural Law Enforcement. We've been informed that you would like to view our data regarding the death of your angel agent. High Impact Crime Investigation Department? Isn't that a mouthful? What exactly do you do? I investigate serious crimes that cause harm to the supernaturals living in this world. I was told that you are the angel of creation. Would you mind telling me what your agent did on Earth and whether she was causing harm to our citizens? Our creation department controls and grows the population of the greatest species in the universe. As a part of her job, Zapham traveled extensively to learn ways to improve our creation processes. She would never cause harm to any creature in any world. Caleb nodded. I trust that is the case. As requested, here is the information. A screen emerged from the surface of the long oval table and began to play the footage that Jasmine had seen several times of Zapham fleeing Susanna's apartment and being killed by Saxa. Jasmine saw a flash of either satisfaction or relief in Mikkel's eyes when she saw Saxa kill Zapham. Jasmine looked at Bertram and could tell he, too, had seen Mikkel's reaction. Jasmine shook her head slightly, warning Bertram not to cause a scene. Even if they had the protection of the SLE, they had never encountered angels at this level, and the last thing she wanted to do was to engage in a fight without preparation. They needed time to plan. Bertram nodded at Jasmine. Mikkel pointed at the door of Suzanne's apartment. Show me what happened in there. Jasmine shook her head. Your agent used a human body until she came out of that apartment. What happened inside the apartment is not your concern. Bertram nodded. I examined the crime scene where Susanna's body was found. Everything in that apartment, including the surveillance footage, belongs to the human police. Zapham lived in that body. I want to see how she lived as a human. Caleb shook his head. That's outside your jurisdiction, I'm afraid. It won't cost you anything to show me the footage. It's not about that. I think it's better for both of us if you leave now. Caleb gestured toward the door. Mikkel's eyes sparked with anger. I didn't come here to see this pathetic murder scene that I already knew about. On the screen, the footage continued. Caleb slammed the button to shut the computer down, but the footage kept playing. Mikkel smirked. Creatures in your world are too primitive to fight the angels, she said. You're ill-prepared. Do you want to engage in a fight just to lose? All I want is to view the rest of the footage. I won't harm you unless you force me. Caleb gestured to Jasmine not to act. The footage now showed the mercenary asking Susanna something. She refused to answer and tried to run out of her apartment. The mercenary murdered the woman and then turned the apartment upside down looking for something. Mikkel's eyes flashed with anticipation. Jasmine looked at Bertram and understood that he knew the mercenary was looking for the jar of potion Susanna had asked Bertram to secure. The jar was in her makeup kit, which lay in plain sight on the bathroom counter. Before the mercenary had a chance to search the bathroom, an SLE agent arrived and killed the mercenary. The footage ended. "Where's the rest?" Mikkel raised her voice. Caleb shrugged nonchalantly. "The supernatural surveillance system is triggered when there's a call for our help, and when an agent is active and using energy. Susanna called for help and triggered the system. Our agent responded, and that kept the system on. When he killed the mercenary and left the scene, the system turned off." "I want to talk to your agent." Caleb smiled. "Then call him yourself. You can control our surveillance system. Why not try to call our agent, too?" Jasmine stifled a chuckle. Agents would not respond to calls that did not come from their superior. Her phone buzzed, and she knew it was what she needed. She pulled out her phone and saw Beatrice's message. "Captured angel killed himself. Mikkel's after-creation potion and the antidote that Zafam created. Mia is at the stadium with her wolves." There was a lot of information within that brief message, and Jasmine knew she wouldn't have enough time to process it and strategize. Mikkel wanted to watch the footage to see if the SLE agent had found the potion and the antidote in the apartment. There was only one thing Mikkel could do now to get Caleb to call his agent. Jasmine had just enough time to toss her phone to Bertram before Mikkel changed into her angel form. Then the angel reached for Jasmine, stretched out a steel wing, smashed the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the spatial oval, and flew out of the room. Caleb pulled out his weapon, but he didn't have a clear shot. Jasmine felt herself being lifted in the air, flying out and over the stadium. She could pull out her knife and stab Mikkel to free herself, but flying was not in her skill set. It would be sheer stupidity to attack Mikkel from this height and fall to the ground as a result. From the broken window, Bertram shouted, "I know where Zafam hid the potion." She didn't know how he processed the text information so fast. From the time she tossed him the phone to the time she was in the air, he had read the message on her phone and come up with a solution. Maybe not a perfect solution, but it was enough to stop Mikkel in her tracks. Chapter 29. The Melbourne Cricket Ground Stadium was magnificent from a bird's-eye view. Jasmine was sure Mikkel held her securely when flying over the stadium. Not that Mikkel cared anything about her, but she knew too well that if anything happened to her, Bertram wouldn't give her the location of the potion. Bertram was trying to buy some time. Jasmine knew he was bluffing about the potion's location. He had shoved the only jar of potion he had into the mouth of the angel they'd apprehended. She didn't know where the other potion was, or which one was the creation potion and which the antidote. Mikkel whistled, and a small army of steel-winged angel agents flew over the stadium like a flock of birds. Jasmine thought there were around 500 of them. From below, it looked like the sky was full of winged creatures. These are warrior angels, she thought. They hadn't been able to kill a couple of cross-world creatures and low-level angels. Jasmine hated the odds they had fighting these warrior angels. The angels landed on the roof of the stadium in combat-ready mode. On the ground, SLE agents occupied every floor of the stadium and surrounded the rim of the oval. Caleb had rounded up his men as fast as he could. Mikkel landed on the ground in the middle of the grass oval. Bertram waited for her there. Before they engaged in conversation, a sound came from a side gate. Mia walked in with Jim, and a group of men followed her. Bertram scowled. "Jim, what are you doing here?" Bertram scowled. Jim grinned. "Mia needed a driver, so I volunteered to make myself useful." Jasmine knew the men behind Mia were werewolves, but she had no idea when and how Mia had called for them. Caleb controlled his troops of agents from the control room on level 1. The men they had on the ground seemed equal to the number of angels sitting on the roof of the stadium. But Jasmine knew engaging in combat would result in only one outcome. All of these SLE agents and Mia's werewolves would die in vain. "Where is the potion, Bertram?" Mikkel asked. "Let Jasmine go, and I'll tell you." She chuckled. "I have no time to banter. My angels will crush your little army if you try to fool me." She pushed Jasmine toward Bertram. "Whatever you're planning to do, Bertram, please don't. There has to be another way." "Look around you, Jasmine. Are you willing to sacrifice all these men? We can't beat these angels. You can see that, can't you?" She didn't know what to say. Tears streamed down her face. She had sacrificed men before for the greater good. She had lost loved ones. But she didn't know if she could handle this. She couldn't picture her life without him in it. "I love you, Bertram. I love you too." He kissed her lightly. "I don't have all day," Mikkel growled. Bertram looked at Mikkel. "In exchange for the information, I want you and your angels to leave now and never come back to Earth for any reason." "Who are you to demand that of me, Bertram? That's hardly a fair deal." Bertram looked at Jasmine. "Is there a law that we can bind them to?" She nodded, and she then signaled Caleb. He left the control room for the Oval. Caleb can sign an inner-world agreement that has legally binding power in all worlds. Bertram nodded, then returned his gaze to Mikkel. "The potion Zapham created is in me. I am the one you're looking for. I'm sure you have a way to verify that." Mikkel said nothing. Her wings swung up, and in a flash, she flicked a steel feather from her wing at Bertram. The feather stuck in his neck. He pulled it out, and a drop of blood trickled out with it. Mikkel approached slowly, her eyes glued on Bertram's face. He swayed slightly. Then his midnight dark eyes lightened several shades, turning an angelic light gray. His irises dilated, then contracted. There was a dim shade of smoke in his eyes. The heat of energy poured out from his skin. Jasmine reached out to him. "Bertram, please look at me. Focus on me." With a light shove, Mikkel pushed her back several feet. Mikkel's eyes widened and fixated on the changes in Bertram's eyes. "You're the one. I can't believe this. She succeeded. You're perfect." A hum came from the roof as the warrior angels looked down and focused on Bertram. Their energy was so intense, it made the air heavy. They let their wings move with the strong wind, letting it flow through the gaps between their steel feathers, creating an eerie flute sound reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. The energy inside Bertram seemed to surge in response to the sound and energy from the warrior angels. Jasmine connected with his mind and sensed he was trying to calm the foreign energy surging inside him and keep his human mind together. But she was afraid he wouldn't hold it together, let alone remain human for long. And Bertram knew that. In the fog of confusion in his mind, she could clearly see he had come to terms with what was happening inside him and accepted that it had changed him. "Make her sign the agreement, please," he said to Jasmine and Caleb. Caleb triggered an electronic screen on his small handheld device. The screen glowed and became semi-transparent. He stamped his seal on. Mikkel was mesmerized by the sight of Bertram. His skin faded and grew fairer. The shade of his eyes lightened. A dim halo started to appear around him. When Caleb presented her with the agreement, Mikkel pressed her print on it without even looking. Caleb put the signed agreement away. "Can we leave now?" Mikkel asked. "I didn't say I'd go with you," said Bertram. "You're faulting on the agreement already." Mikkel raised her voice. "This agreement is valid across all worlds." Mikkel raised her voice, almost sounded like she was yelling. "That's why you should leave Earth right now before you're caught violating the agreement. I agreed to let you know where the potion is. I have fulfilled my end of the agreement. I didn't say I would go with you." Mikkel laughed. "Very clever, Bertram. Indeed, you've tricked me into this." She raised her arm and signaled. The flock of angels on the stadium roof spread their wings and flew away as quickly as they had come. "My people and I will never return, and we will never cause harm to creatures in the world without good reason." She smiled. "But don't celebrate too soon, Bertram. I've triggered the angel energy in you. There is no cure for it. As long as you are alive, you're mine. I won't take you with me now, but there are plenty of cross-world creatures that will kill for pennies. I can fetch you whenever I want." "You think you can have me as your lab rat?" "I don't think it. It's a fact. But you're not a rat. You're a genetically engineered angel warrior. My warrior. I can duplicate your profile and create an even better army than what you saw today on the roof. You will never have any part of me in any form. You're turning right now. Can't you feel it? But don't worry. Once you've turned, you won't remember any of these people. You are my angel. In your dreams, Jasmine screamed and charged at Mikkel with her spell-crafted dagger, only to receive a blow that threw her several feet away. Caleb gestured to his agents to prepare for an attack. Jasmine shouted, "No, Caleb, don't give her a reason to call her army." Mikkel smiled. "You know the rules, JK." Then she looked at Bertram. "Do you want me to do a countdown for you? I'd love to witness the glory of Zapham's success under my direction." Bertram pulled his gun and pointed it at his head. "I won't give you that pleasure. Zapham's been protecting me from this for years. I won't let her die in vain." "No, Bertram, please don't do that. As long as you live, we can sort this out," Jasmine cried. Mikkel was about to charge at him. "I can pull the trigger faster than you can move, Mikkel. I have angel energy in me now, remember?" Jasmine stepped forward. "Don't do this, Bertram. Please." Jasmine stepped forward. "I have to. I treasure the time we shared. I love you, Jasmine. I'm begging you, please don't." They heard a thunderous roar behind them. As soon as Bertram whirled around to look, a gigantic wolf landed on him, front paws on his chest, pushing him off balance and making him drop the gun. The wolf sank its teeth into his neck, leaving bloody punctures on his jugular. Mikkel roared with anger and ran toward Bertram and the wolf. Jim jumped in front of the wolf and held up a charm attached to a chain. "Careful, Angel. This is not just any wolf. This is a queen wolf. She's claimed your lab rat. He has mixed wolf blood in him now, a big chunk of it. She's queen, see that?" Mia, in her wolf form, walked back and forth graciously. She was so formidable she didn't have to bare her teeth to scare off some of the SLE agents on the ground. Bertram swayed and fell to his knees. His eyes changed from light gray to dark red, and then back to his usual midnight black. Caleb signaled his men, and they formed a line between Mikkel and the rest. She couldn't get past them without injuring someone. She was too smart to break the agreement by hurting some field agents. Jasmine rushed forward and held Bertram's hand. "I, Jasmine Keene, propose to Bertram Hayes. We will be soulmates together in life and in death. Our souls will become one. We are one. Bertram, do you accept?" His eyes glazed over. "Huh? Do you love me, Bertram?" "Yes. Will you marry me, Bertram?" "Yes." She pulled out her knife and cut her palm, then his, and then they held hands to mix their blood. Jim waved the chain of the queen wolf in the air. "See that, Angel? Bertram now has mixed human, werewolf, witch, and angel blood in him. His blood, his heart, and his soul are now filled with everything from this ordinary world. I wouldn't duplicate his profile to make him my army if I were you." Mikkel growled. "You're all fools, foul, contaminated, dirty creatures." Mikkel turned around and disappeared, going back to her world along with the remaining agents on the roof. Mia sat, hunched down, and then returned to her human form. Jim took his jacket off, wrapping it around Mia and cradling her in his arms. "Are you cold, my little queen wolf? Let me take you home." Jasmine looked into Bertram's eyes. They were back to his color, midnight black. "Can you hear me?" she asked. He nodded. "Can you walk? I'll take you home." He nodded. Then he fell into her arms and was totally out of it. Chapter 30. Jasmine traced her fingers along Bertram's hairline, then down to his forehead and over his eyebrows. Who would have thought he had the gene of angels? That explained a lot of things, especially the looks she loved. The sun was high in the sky and its light shone on the wooden floor in her cabin. It had been a while since she'd spent a full night in her own bedroom. She liked it here, but it hadn't exactly been a peaceful night with Bertram. Bertram struggled to balance the super energy in him. Right now he was with the human, the angel, and the werewolf energy. It wasn't as simple as picking and choosing. They were all in him, and he needed to learn how to manage them. She thought she had lost him several times during the night. He went from burning hot with fever to icy cold in the blink of an eye. Then, early in the morning, he settled. When he opened his eyes this morning, his eye color would tell her which energy was in charge of his body and mind. However it had turned out, he was now safe and sound here with her. That was all that mattered. His eyelids fluttered. Jasmine propped herself up on her elbows and looked into his beautiful midnight black eyes. It was her new favorite color. "Welcome back," she smiled at him. He smiled back. "I had a nightmare last night. You proposed to me." "Yeah, so that's a nightmare?" "Absolutely. I wanted to say it first. Now you've done the proposing, and even worse, I said yes. Does that mean I need to take your last name?" "Not at all." He rolled over and lay on top of her. "Jasmine Keene, will you marry me?" "Yes." He kissed her, and then his hands started to roam her body. "Bertram, I'm busy." "Bertram. Jasmine, this is what people do after they get married. We can do all this tonight, I promise. But we have a full house today. People are waiting." His head lifted from her chest. "A full house?" "Yep. Everyone except your mother because she's visiting your father's grave. She's on her way back through. Apart from that, everyone is in the living room waiting for you." He shot straight up into a sitting position. "Take it easy, Bertram," she said. "Do you think you can go out to see everyone without doing a face plant?" "Sure I can." She kissed his cheek. "We'll do whatever it is that you want tonight. I promise." He pulled her into his arms and kissed her long and hard. Then he eased her away and said, "Thank you." "You don't have to thank me. We're married." She got up from the bed. "I'm going to go out and get people settled. Take a few minutes in here by yourself. No rush." She pointed to a box on the bedside table. "Jim came all the way from Ireland to give you that. He wanted you to see it first thing when you got up. It's from your father." He nodded. "Thanks." She smiled and left the bedroom to go to the living room. Chapter 31. Bertram felt the warmth of the room even before he entered the living room full of people who cared for him. As soon as he entered the room, the husky puppy, Max, had to score first. He raced over, wagged his tail, raised his front leg, licked, stood up on his two back legs. Whatever tricks he could think of to show that he was happy to see Bertram. He rubbed the puppy behind the ears to calm him. "Look who's up! Out and about already!" Jasmine smiled at him from behind the kitchen counter, where she was arranging some refreshments and preparing coffee for their guests. Bertram's eyes landed on Mia. She sat on a sofa at the far end of the room with Jim next to her. Bertram walked over. Mia stood up and he embraced her. "I'm sorry for what's been said before," he said. "They're bygones, Bertram. I wasn't nice, and I wasn't fair with you." "I can't thank you enough for what you did for me at the stadium. I'd do the same thing for any friend." Jim stood and shook Bertram's hand. "Thank you for bringing the box to me," said Bertram. "You need to thank me?" Bertram smiled. "I owe you. If I had $1 for every time you said that, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life." Bertram chuckled. "Speaking of work, they just called me to confirm something in my psych profile update. Something based on the information you gave them at the airport. What's that all about?" Jim cringed and looked at Mia. She winked at him. "You were quite creative to come up with that story. Now you'll have to think of a way out of it, won't you?" "I can explain." Bertram laughed. "No worries. I know your moves, Jim." Jim looked at Mia, then back at Bertram. "Oh no, you don't know my moves. I need to explain." Bertram winked. "Tomorrow." He looked at Mia. "How did you get the information out of the angel Jasmine captured?" "Beatrice cast spells on him, and I just asked questions. Without her spells, we wouldn't have gotten anything. When the spells wore off, he felt too guilty to live, so he killed himself. Apparently, the potion Zapham had for you in her apartment was the antidote. It would reverse your form to your underlying make, which in your case would be human." Jasmine spoke from the kitchen. "So that angel might have come from the cross world before joining the magical world. When you take the antidote without consuming the poison before it, it returns you to your original form. In his case, that was a cross-world creature. But if you took it after Mikkel triggered your angel gene, Bertram, You would have been returned to your human form. Bertram nodded, then turned to Mia. I thought you weren't able to shift, Mia. She shook her head. It's a long story. But in a nutshell, Lucian ordered a potion from a shaman to trigger our dead werewolf genes. In his case, it took a while. In my case, it was instantaneous. Because you're a queen wolf, Jim said with a grin. Mia smiled at him. I don't think that's why. Lucian said werewolf makes are different. Lucian's voice drifted in from the front garden. I am absolutely sure this is the same wombat. Everyone looked out the window. A small but aggressive animal chased Lucian. Did you stomp on the wombat's home again? Mia asked. No, he came out of nowhere. It's the same one from your place. This vindictive, aggressive, small-minded wombat will never forgive me for that one little mistake I made. Lucian kept running in circles. I won't shift for you, you fat furball. I'll outrun you this time. Beatrice stood on the deck with her hands on her hips. When you've had enough exercise with the wombat, let me know, and I'll cast a spell to get it to go away. Don't overuse your spells, Beatrice, said Jasmine. She turned and smiled at everyone. I'll use spells if I have to so I can save my man. That's an earth-shattering, important matter, and justifies the use of all spells and magic, don't you think? After a bit, everyone gathered around the coffee table in the living room. Bertram sat back on his sofa and observed. He loved every second of this. Friends, family, pets. He never liked small towns. He never enjoyed cozy settings. His mother always thought it was because he had built his career in the city. What she didn't know, or rather what he had never told anyone, was that he was afraid to lose what he treasured. He would rather never have happiness than have it just to lose it. He didn't believe in prophecies, but that was the only thing he remembered about what had happened to cause him to black out in York, a voice telling him that he would lose everything he loved if he didn't deserve it. He wasn't sure if he had earned what he now had, but he knew there were things he needed to do so that he deserved to have anything in his life. Things he'd seen in the box Jim had given him. A short moment later, the house returned to its usual tranquility. He came to Jasmine when she was putting the dishes away in the kitchen. He picked her up and sat her on the kitchen bench. Can't wait until tonight, she said with a smile. He looked at her beautiful face and traced his fingers along her jawline. I opened the box my father left me. He hated to see the smile vanish from Jasmine's face, so he pushed further to get this over and done with. It contained a letter from my father and a diary that he kept from the time my mom was pregnant with me until the day before he passed away. He brushed a few strands of hair away from her beautiful face. I didn't have enough time to read all of it, so I skipped to the last pages. Jasmine, my father didn't die in his sleep. He was murdered. Thank you for listening to Shifter Rises, a Wolf Valley Forbidden Hearts novel. If you enjoyed this tale of supernatural romance and transformation, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support means the world to DN Leo and her team and helps us bring more stories from the Multiverse collection to life. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Which character resonates with you the most? Are you Team Deadline Wolf or Team Hybrid Angel? Share your opinions in the comments below. We read every single one. For more supernatural romance adventures, visit dnleo.com, where you'll find exclusive content, upcoming releases, and special offers. Each story in the Multiverse collection opens new doors to extraordinary worlds and unforgettable love stories waiting to be discovered. Don't forget to hit that notification bell to stay updated on new releases. Whether it's witches finding love in wine country, deadline wolves defying expectations, or angels questioning their destiny, there's always another enchanting tale around the corner. From all of us at DN Leo Team, thank you for being part of our supernatural family. After all, in the Multiverse collection, every love story is extraordinary, and every heart finds its home. Until next time, thank you for listening, and stay magical.